Welcome, everyone, to the special closed session meeting of Monday, October 11th, 2023. Call the meeting to order at 5:30. A roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Here.
Mayor Infante.
Here.
Thank you.
Claudia, if you would lead us in the pledge, please.
Yes, everybody please stand up.
Place your hand over your heart and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Do we have any public communications at this time? If you'd bring that over here, please, Denise.
We don't do Zoom for your instructions.
Now, for the, this is closed. That's
I'm
okay.
not on Zoom. I can't have any public comment?
Yeah, you can make a public comment to us.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
We don't do Zoom.
I didn't say anything about Zoom. I don't know what you're talking about to Zoom to me.
That's what they were asking about.
Oh, I'm like,
You can public comment though.
I know I can. That's why I was like, what are you guys talking about? I don't know. You said Zoom, and I'm like, I'm not on Zoom. Okay. I have so many people always telling me what to do. Okay. My name is Denise Elamine. This is a closed session again. I think I've been here like 4 times, but I'm going to look it up because it could be 5. Regarding this same conference with the legal litigation that we're paying our attorney to litigate for us. And I don't know how long, if it'll go indefinite, until we settle out and probably still stay in this water rights permit. We pay a lot of money to water rights and we don't get any water. That was a contract that was made, I don't know how many years ago. I'm sure the same attorney was here, so he should be able to say it. But I am getting a little tired of my money. I pay taxes here. I have a home. I pay a lot of taxes. As a matter of fact, I just put them in the bank. I just put them in the mail today. I dropped a lot of money in the mail today to pay taxes on my home in Skid Mesa. So I don't appreciate you guys spending my money like it's monopoly money or play money. I could use that money and I could be on vacation now and not here bothering you guys. I could be on an island. Actually, I could be on an island for a month for the money I paid today. So I'm asking that maybe we may look into getting another counsel, legal counsel, maybe one that comes from somewhere else, maybe LA, maybe one just got out of college, maybe one that may have some new ideas on how to settle our legal counsel. I am seeing the theme of recycling the same people over and over again, and it's time for us to change and get some new people up in here, because I really am tired of my money going toward waste. You guys, thank you. I miss you guys. I haven't been here in a while.
Okay, I don't have any other requests for public comment, so, Mr. Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation on the city's petition to change water right permit 15878 under protest by the California Trout and National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's National Marine Fisheries Service, and comment by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Okay, let us depart and go to the council chamber, closed chambers. Mr. Oh.
Okay.
I didn't know we were going to go live because we were just closing out the session, aren't we? Okay. Mr. Attorney, if you'd give us the results of that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Subdivision D1, the City Council met in closed session on existing litigation.
Recording
In
in
one matter, there
progress.
was no reportable action.
Thank you. At this time, we will take a break. We will resume the regular council meeting at 6:30. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to the regular meeting Monday, and this is November 27th. You gave me the wrong script. December 11th, 2023. We'll call the meeting to order at 6:30. Roll call, please, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Here.
Mayor Infante.
Here.
Thank you.
Mr. Matthews, if you would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
You have to. Bill, stand, please. Put your right hand over your heart and repeat with me.
Thank you. Okay, we have no proclamations or ceremonial items. Presentations. We are going to receive the report for the Santa Barbara County Fire Chief's Annual Fiscal Report. Sir, I believe you're up. Did you want to make a couple comments, Randy?
Yeah, real quickly. Obviously, it's an opportunity to meet and hear the latest information from Chief Hartwig and the Santa Barbara County Fire Department. It is technically, he is one of the city's department heads. He is the fire chief for the city of Solvang. And as you may recall, I've been having the various department heads come in and give reports. So I asked Chief Hartwig to do that, and here he is. So take it away.
Thank you, sir. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, it's good to see you. And I hope that I didn't know there was going to be so much interest in our annual report. So I'll get through this. You have the information I'm going to go through in front of you. Just by way of introduction, Scott SafeCheck is our PIO, compiled all of this, and it's really the same format that we use for the other cities we serve, which are Buellton and Goleta. And so I'm happy to be here tonight. And just wanted to mention that Mr. Clark and I meet regularly about issues related to and your interest here in Solvang. And so we interact by email and phone, and then we have a regular meeting as well so that we can stay in touch. Just as by way of introduction and history, Solvang joined the county fire department as part of the district. So we don't actually have a contract with the city of Solvang. They joined the district, transferred permanently a portion of the property taxes, and then now we provide service, you as part of the fire district. We don't actually have any contracts, unlike our law partners in the county. Everybody that we serve, including the cities that we serve, are part of the fire district. So we're happy and proud to serve you and list Solvang as an area that we serve. And we've been doing that as an all-risk department since 1926. So I'm moving along already, sir. I think I'm on slide 2. Slide 3 on our community outreach. It just, a lot of people say, well, you don't run many fires. Interestingly enough, when the call taker answers the phone at your primary safety answering point, they typically say a fire, police, or EMS, or police, fire, or EMS. Once you say fire or EMS, or something doesn't fit neatly into one of those boxes and it's not a law-related problem, it usually comes to the fire department. And then the team, in fact, if they stomp loud, you might be able to hear them upstairs. They're upstairs right now. If they kind of get together and they figure out with their big toolbox that they drive around how to fix the problem. A few other things that we do. We get out into the community regular with our safety trailer, and that's set to be replaced here in the coming years. It's an older converted travel trailer. We also have car seat installation technicians that are trained regularly and keep up certification through the CHP, and that is something that the public comes in fairly regularly. When we look at our traffic accidents, one of the things we look at in traffic accidents that have car seats is were they installed properly. And interesting, again, enough, it's up to 3/4 of the time, 75% of the time that we go out and we look at the car seat, it wasn't installed properly. And so people installing those correctly is something that we take seriously, and of course it keeps our kids safe as well. Our defensible space inspections, which is really making sure that you're cleared out CPR, and then our community emergency response team training, and that's done by request for communities throughout the county. Recently, the Office of Emergency Management, because of how much we work on the same things and do similar responsibilities, perform similar responsibilities from the county, the Office of Emergency Management was added to the county fire department, and now we support OEM directly in the county. Wanted to talk a little bit about, because you've probably read about it, the transport services and the ambulance issues that have raised in the county. I've been in private ambulance or public ambulance since I graduated from high school in 1982. So I've been doing it for quite a while. Spent 10 years working for the private ambulance service, and then got into public service and have worked for a transport provider ever since. One of the things that struck me very early on in the private ambulance business is that the public providers were responding to the same calls that the private providers were responding to, doing, in many cases, the packaging and initiating the care, helping package the patient, if you will, or move the patient into the ambulance, and then that patient was typically transported to the hospital by the private ambulance. Now, on a serious call, or what we call a working medical aid, where you need a lot of hands, often the firefighter or the paramedic would ride in on the ambulance to the hospital to provide that extra set of hands. There's 2 people on the ambulance, and you need more people in the back, sometimes more than 1 person in the back if CPR was ongoing. But the only reimbursable process, part of that process, is the ambulance. And so you as taxpayers, and one thing that I've taken seriously as a fire chief, but really as a public employee, is giving the best rate of return that I can back to you on your tax dollar. I can't give you a dividend every year. I don't give you money back, but I can take the money that you give me, and I can use it the very best way that I can. And so when it comes to providing service to you, specifically, 7 out of 10 times that the community in Solvang dials 911, it's for a medical emergency. So we have cross-trained our firefighters to be paramedics, given them all the state-of-the-art equipment that detects a myocardial infarction, that tells us whether or not you need to get to a cardiac cath lab, a stroke center, a trauma center. And so this, expanding our transport service, and today we provide transport out of 3 ambulances in the county. Expanding that to a county-wide operation would allow us not only to then provide a higher level of service, add units to the street, but then to recoup some of the investment that you've made. So instead of just giving back the only part that actually generates revenue, we're saying we'll take that revenue and then we'll reinvest it back here in the county. We specifically now are working with the Department of Public Health and the Department of Behavioral Wellness to develop these community paramedic programs. The paramedics and EMTs upstairs, our fire crew, will only go out today if 911 is called. But there are programs out there, and the state has approved programs that we can use those EMTs and paramedics in kind of a preventive way. Some of the ways that they're doing it out in other parts of the state are visiting people that are recently discharged from the hospital to try to keep them from being readmitted to the hospital, post-discharge follow-up. Those are programs that we would love to expand into. They all cost money, unfortunately, for equipment and staffing, but we're hoping to take some of the revenue that's generated here in the county and then reinvest that. So really our goals, our objectives as stated for the ambulance business within the county is to improve the level of service. That means to put more ambulances on the street so that you're not waiting as long for either a transfer, interfacility transfer from hospital to hospital, or a 911 call, and then to take some of that revenue that's generated in the county, bill insurances just like the private company does, but then reinvest that instead of sending that out of the county, reinvest that back here into the county. The process that we have right now is the county has chosen the county fire department to provide that service. The current private ambulance company has filed an injunction, and that will be heard on December 22nd. If the judge doesn't step in with an injunction, there is a lawsuit that is pending as well from the private ambulance company, and we will. We are ready to start. We will be ready. We're at 78 days and counting until March 1st, but March 1st is the go-live date for our new transport program countywide. That was a little bit more than you might want to know about the transport program, but I know that many people have read about it, and we haven't had a chance to get out into the public much and talk about the benefits to the public in that program. Another thing that operation that we're really proud of, really in partnership with our partners. For the first time in this county's history, we'll have every fire, rescue, and EMS provider dispatched out of one center. So today, it's really a mishmash. If you get called in, if you call 911 in a county area, you get sheriff's dispatch. If you call in Lompoc, you get Lompoc dispatch. If you call in Santa Maria, Santa Barbara, and so on. What we said is, as fire, rescue, and EMS providers, instead of us all calling separately to our dispatch centers and then trying to call around to see who's available to help, or if it's on a border to try to get a hold of somebody to come help us or provide mutual assistance, why don't we just all get in one spot? And then we can use our resources as if they're all the same. So the public then is getting the closest resource, regardless of who it is and what color it is, right off the bat. And that was an idea about 5 years ago. And if you've driven by Cathedral Oaks down close to our headquarters, right there at the 154, you've seen construction right next to the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. And that's a brand new regional fire communications center. We're going to go live on July 1st. We're excited about it. And again, it'll be every provider within the county. And that won't be the Forest Service and Vandenberg for federal restrictions, but everybody else in the county will be in one center. We're excited about that. Bless you. We also have an emotional support. We have two canines. We have a live scent canine, which provides service throughout the state of California and, in fact, the country. And then we also have an emotional support canine program, Dee and Rhonda. And those aren't the handlers. Those are the dogs. Here, a little bit about, and this is where we're going to get really more tailored into here in Solvang here out of Station 30. We have 24/7 staffing. We have 4 people on this resource, and that's only about half of our 16 stations have 4 people. And studies show that 4 people from 3 people aren't just 25% more effective, but they're 50% more effective. And so we know that getting more people on scene when you need it is better for the public. We were able to, through a grant from the Chumash Indian tribe, the Native American tribe here locally, to be able to get funding for 3 full-time paramedic positions from Buellton to Santa Ynez. And so 24/7 now we've added that third or that 4th position, which is a paramedic. You had paramedic service before, but now we add a non-EMT or a non-paramedic EMT to that, and they're here to provide service 24/7. And what does that mean? That means if somebody calls off sick or they go on vacation, we fill it back with somebody else. And so we make sure that you're completely covered. We have the truck, the engine here, it's all cross-staffed, and then we have the 4-wheel drive brush engine, and that's that shorter, taller engine that you see. And of course, that helps us get to some of the less accessible areas in the area. So I just want to go through and highlight some of the statistics. You have them all in front of you, and I hope that maybe you might highlight 1 or 2 things that I could help provide clarity on. I don't want to read all of it. I do want to highlight a few things. Totally through, completely and total through 2022. When I say 2022, I'm talking about the fiscal year, so from July to July. 2022 to July of 2023 is when these were compiled. The county fire department in its entirety ran 16,000 calls. We have 16 stations within the county, and there's 37 total, so there's about 21 with everybody else, all of our partners from Carpinteria to Santa Maria. And we're running about half the calls in the county. The county, with everybody totaled, runs at about 35,000 calls a year. We're about half of those. We're, as you can see, 9,600 are rescue and EMS. We have public service. We get a higher percentage on EMS calls if you include vehicle accidents, and we sometimes separate those out. But our primary responsibility, or our primary objective and focus, priority on any vehicle accidents, to make sure that people are safe and taken care of, and that their injuries are being treated. The city of Solvang, specifically for Station 30, you can see the incidents broken out here. The same way, total number of incidents, vehicle accidents, public concern. The public service numbers are pretty high, as you can see, and the fires, if you were to look at it, they kind of jump out as pretty low. We provide so much more service, as you can see, than just fire, and yet they call us the fire department. But if you have an issue and you can't have it fixed, or you don't know how to fix it, many people dial 911 and will respond out. This is again broken out by call type in the city. You can see the graph there in front of you. As a percentage of total calls. If you look at the rescue and EMS calls, again, it comes up to about 70%. Just a comparison between the two, not a huge difference. We call incidents increased across the board, and that's not surprising to us as people start getting back out and traveling and into the community from after COVID. This is our call, our rescue and EMS calls broken down. The 570 out of the 578 calls, rescue and EMS calls are 387. You can again, as Scott broke out the types of EMS calls that we go on are broken out in front of you as well. Our fires are broken down too. There weren't many of those this year. It's a little misleading. We did put structure fires in with vegetation fires. Our structure fires typically will be about a 4-hour response by the time that we respond, put the fire out, and then rehab the building. Our vegetation fires sometimes last days, depending on how big that they get. Public service, again, these are just more breakouts, and speaking with Mr. Murphy, City Manager Murphy, I tried to get as many different breakouts as we possibly could on the data. I'm going to flip right through these. I don't want to spend too much time on that. This is, if you look at our call volume by district, this really shows you where Station 30 is. As you can see, our busiest units, Station 12 down in the city of Goleta is up at about 2,100 calls a year, and Station 27 out in New Kuyama is way down at 172 calls, and Solvang is right about in the middle from what we do countywide. This is our units responses, and this is interesting. The difference in unit responses and station calls is in many of our calls, especially the more complicated calls, the rescue calls, there are multiple units. Our fire calls, we have multiple units, and so we broke it down by unit as well, and I won't go into detail, too much more detail on that. That's all I have today. I want to thank you for entrusting the people of Solvang into our care. I'm a relative newcomer, but there's people that work upstairs that come to work every day to put themselves between danger and uncertainty and the people here in this community. And I'm proud of them, and proud to be your fire chief, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions? Oh, go ahead.
Got a quick question for you, Chief. The number of incidents, if Buellton responds at the same time, are you going to, is that 2 incidences or is it 1?
Yeah, that would be 2. The only distinction, if you look at the responses by unit, you'll see that those are broken down by engine company as opposed to station. And so that's the best way to see the call volume by district. You can see there that graph shows how many calls by district. But then if you go to the next one, it shows it by the units. So if you look at station 31, which would be the Buellton unit, you'd see them at, so Solvang is 914, the engine here, the crew, if you will. And then the Buellton engine or crew is 860 responses. They would be treated typically as 2 separate unit responses, but it could be the same incident. I'm trying to not make it too complicated, but like a structure fire, for instance, here in town, we're going to get both the San Ynez unit and we'll get the Buellton unit as well.
Quick question. Curious, you had brought up the ambulance, the new ambulance contract. Where we are concerned about city property, where are you going to put your ambulances?
Well, we're actually hoping to keep it right where it is, but we haven't finalized a negotiation or an agreement with that property owner yet. But that it will be in town somewhere, and where it is right now is good for us. But we don't want to be too presumptive on the agreement that the current provider has.
Well, I presume you'd have to wait until after the lawsuit anyway.
Yeah, well, we're not waiting because we really can't take a day off from going live. We're about 78 days now before go live, and so we get a report every day on the kind of our checklist. And I wish we could wait till the 22nd when the judge hears it, but we're hiring people. In fact, our first round of interviews for paramedics and EMTs that will staff the unit, many of them current AMR employees, start this week.
Really?
So that's exciting, and so we're hopeful that the judge lets the county continue its path and doesn't step in with an injunction, and we'll be ready on March 1st.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Chief. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Council. Yeah.
Okay. We're now going to have some public communications for agenda, non-agenda, and consent items. Now, we've got some confusion on this, and I want to try and go through this very quickly. For instance, one of these says item number 1, but it says it's about the housing element. The housing element is not item number 1. Item number 1 is consent agenda. So, Mr. Martin, I believe you're the one that has both of those in there. Do you want to talk to the housing element, or do you want to talk in general comment? Dan?
Oh, I'm sorry. Over here.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong Martin.
Well, mine includes the housing element and the new application for
For the project.
Site C.
Right. Okay, let's do a little bit of clarification here real quick. So the housing element, we need to get approved and sent in, or we're going to run into more of these types, potentially run into more of these types of projects. So this is a separate item. That's item 5A on the agenda, and we'll get to that. Most of you, I believe, are going to want to talk about the specific project that has been proposed for Lot C. And Alamo Pintado, yes. And so that's fine. That comes under general comments, which is where we are now, because it's not on the agenda. Because it's not on the agenda, we can't discuss it publicly, because we didn't announce that we were going to discuss it. So you can I please finish? So you can address the council and say anything you would like to say, with regard to that. We're going to hold you to 3 minutes. There's a lot of people in here. We're going to let you do that. I would like to ask that if you're going to say something that someone else has just said, you want to stand up and just say, I agree with Lansing, great. Now, that would make life a little bit easier and it'll go faster. I'd appreciate if we hold back on any applause and things. We're going to have to go through a lot of this, and it's going to be a long evening. Okay, so at this point in time, Madam Clerk, do we need to announce anything else about this?
Just that at this time, members of the public can address the council, and this is for any item that's not on the agenda and for items on consent. And as the mayor stated, time limit is 3 minutes. We will start with in-person comment first.
We will start with in-person comments first. Thank you. The first one that I have submitted in here is from Denise Elamine.
Hello, my name is Denise Elamine. I am here not for the housing element because I live in Skip Mesa and we have a LLMD and we can't get it on the agenda, so it's like a wasted time. I've done all I can to get that on the agenda and I can't, so I guess I'll just have to get an attorney. So I'll just wait till my attorney comes and then we'll go that route. But good luck. If you guys get it done, hey, I'm going to follow your path. I'm here to talk about the consent items, because when you get a lot of people here talking about one thing, you let the consent items go. And what the consent items are is money that they pass out, like monopoly money. And this month, it's to the marketing places. We have consent for Tom Jones Associate Incorporated. This is all for marketing for the businesses here. They have no obligation to pay money to market their own businesses. They rely on the city of Solvang and my taxes, which I have a little attitude because I had to pay my taxes and drop it in the mailbox today, and I wanted to go on a Caribbean island, but I didn't. I had to put it in there. So now I have to watch you guys give it away to Stiletto and Tom Jones so that some businesses around here can make money and they can go on vacation. So my thing is that I'm here to argue the point about you guys just arbitrarily doing consent. It goes real fast and you give out almost $1 million of my taxpayer money, and a lot of people in here pay taxes, and that's what you're giving out. You're not passing out paper money. You're passing out money that I've worked hard for. So please, don't consent all my money away.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elamine. Mr. Paul Matthews?
Good evening. My name is Paul Matthews. My wife and I have lived in Solvang for 48 years and in Mission Oaks for 10 years. We have followed the housing element update and provided comments on that. We are very surprised by the builder remedy project that has been submitted for 109 residential units at the corner of Old Mission Drive and Alamo Pintado. Since I was in the traffic law enforcement profession for 32 years, I will just address the potential traffic and parking problems that this project will create. During our time in Mission Oaks, we have seen a significant increase in traffic and parking problems around our neighborhood. During most of any time of the day, but especially during noon and commute hours, we see major traffic congestion at Alamo Pintado and Old Mission Drive intersection, as well as Alamo Pintado and State Highway 246. With an additional 109 residential units the developer has proposed there are 143 parking spaces for the residents. Many of these residents would be working families and own more than one car. Where will the extra vehicles be parked? The closest public street is Old Mission Drive, but it is already filled with workers and customers at the Mercantile Shopping Center. Another traffic-related concern I have is the proposed plans showing that only one way in and one way out of the complex. I have a hard time believing that the fire department, I should have asked the fellow that just left, I have a hard time believing the fire department will approve a dead-end access road to 109 residential units, but I can't speak for the fire department. I think Solvang residents, including Mission Oaks, support affordable housing, but this project does not fit the site and does not fit Solvang. I tried to confine my comments only to traffic and parking, but there are so many more reasons why this project doesn't fit our city. Please remember that the approval of this project, as proposed, will be a defining moment for Solvang. We will no longer be a peaceful rural community, and there will be no going back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Al Cortez, please. Al Cortez or Cortesi, sorry. Please hold your applause so I can announce who's coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Al Cortese. I reside at 601 Aqueduct Way in Solvang in the Mission Oaks area. I've resided in Solvang since January of 2014 and have commented on several general plan proposals. I chose to move to Solvang from the East Coast because I was attracted by its small town atmosphere and character, which unfortunately I have observed becoming increasingly degraded. I speak in very strong opposition to the monstrous environmental, lifestyle, and aesthetically disastrous builder's remedy proposal to construct 109 one- and two-bedroom high-cost housing units in three-story high buildings on a 5.5-acre parcel that will tower over a main gateway intersection to what was once a quiet and peaceful, primarily single-family area. I urge the council to actively oppose this attempt to circumvent the regular order. And here's why. The proposed 109 units will add significantly to an already serious traffic congestion problem in the area, as was just briefly addressed. And they're located on land currently zoned for single-family residences, just like the surrounding area. Those 109 residences, their landscaping and hardscaping, some on very steep slopes, will put serious additional strain on town water, utility, and emergency resources, and will add to local fire and flooding hazards. The proposed three-story buildings on three-tiered and heavily graded pads will tower over Alamo Pintado Road and are totally inconsistent with the preservation of Solvang's natural topography and small-town look. The proposal will increase demand for public services from the city and the county that will not be offset by revenues the development might generate. Finally, because of the topography and location of the site, there is no way that such high-cost units will qualify as low-cost housing, the pretend basis for this proposal. For example, there are only 22 low and 87 market rate units. Therefore, I respectfully urge the council to take immediate action to prevent this monstrous project from circumventing the regular order.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Dan Martin?
Mayor and council members. My name is Dan Martin. I'm a lifelong resident of the San Ynez Valley and a longtime resident of Solvang, and have been involved with a public participation in the adoption of the city's proposed housing element. And I know you wanted me to speak in the housing element department, but it also involves this production that's in the making. I completely agree with and support providing affordable housing for Solvang, but I think the city needs to be very careful on how they accomplish this. The city was advised by an out-of-town consultant company to rezone the acreage of all of Site C, to rezone this parcel to 20 units per acre instead of the present 2 units per acre, including the steep and hilly part of this parcel. After much input from the public about difficulty of rezoning this parcel, the city sent in a housing element plan to the state that provides 36 lower-income units on the lower, flatter part of Site C. The developer who owns the property had his attorney send a letter to the state to deny the city of Solvang's plan. Because the city did not send a rebuttal letter to the state, the developer could see that the city was not going to defend its plan, and this invited a builder's remedy application to the city. This builder's remedy project bypasses zoning requirements and much of the review process, and this builder's remedy application for 109 units on this parcel only provides 22 lower income units instead of the 36 affordable lower income units in the city's plan that was submitted to the state. This development is not Solvang. These buildings These buildings that are planned are not good introduction to Solvang and to who we are here in our little community. This development belongs along the freeway in Oakland. I urge the city to push back on this builder's remedy application for Site C and to continue to be consistent with the city's general plan. Stand with your plan that was submitted to the state for this parcel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Louise Smith?
Well, I'm hoping to be here to offer a little levity. I'm not here to talk about anything. So good evening, Mayor Infante. Good evening, City Council. Good evening, City staff. I wish you all well this holiday season. So I'm trying to bring some joy and some cheer tonight. I believe most of you know me. If not, I'm Louise Smith. I'm a resident of Solvang for over 14 years, and I'm owner of Louise's Kitchen Table, which is a local private chef and catering business. But I'm also known as a cheesecake lady, and I've been working on a long-term project which promotes not only my business, but the San Ynez Valley in general, and specifically our beloved Solvang. A recent aspect of this project finished just last month, and it's a 2024 calendar featuring not only my business and some new cheesecake creations, but local Valley businesses as well, and I'm very grateful for their contribution and support. So in collaboration with my business partner, Reese Michelson, I'd like to share with you the 12 Cheesecakes of Christmas 2024 calendar, which is available at many of the businesses featured in the calendar. So Solvang is known for amazing danishes and other culinary delights, and I wanted to add my unique touch and enhance and expand upon this tradition. And a cheesecake walk is planned for February 2024, which includes a few samples of the cheesecakes shown, which will be available at some of the businesses in the calendar. And it's an event that's similar to the wine walk that they did years past. So I have provided some calendars to Anna Marie, the city clerk, so you can look at these at your convenience. So I just want to thank you for your time, your commitment to the welfare of this amazing community, its citizens, businesses, and visitors. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Louise. That's great. Slight break in the conversation. Mr. Kent Lockhart.
How do you follow that? Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry I don't have any cheesecake for you. Mayor, Council, thank you very much for hearing my comments. My name is Kent Lockhart. I've lived in Solvang for just 3 years. I feel like such a newbie. It's been wonderful. We're really glad that we're here. Every time we drive into Solvang, I pass a small sign. Okay, the small sign at the entrances of the city, okay? It's got a little mermaid on it. I think you're all kind of familiar with those signs. We'll all see them as we come and go. These signs are small, okay, but they're at the entrances, and it really demonstrates, it sends a message about what type of city you're entering and what it's like here. Some cities have a different way of welcoming their visitors. For example, Hollywood, California has a gigantic sign, Hollywood. I hope everybody's seen it and they know what I'm talking about, okay, when I talk about the Hollywood sign. But you can see it for miles, miles around there. I've hiked up to it. It's enormous. And I think it's totally appropriate for Hollywood. It's an icon. But it's not appropriate for Solvang. I'm here because I'm concerned about the proposed housing complex at Alamo Pintado. In my opinion, as it's been said by others, it's not Solvang. It falls short of essential low-income affordable housing, and it goes against the original housing plan that Solvang worked for and included their citizens in developing. The proposal of the 109 units with only 22 affordable units it worked in, okay? It's got 3 buildings, as been described, 3 stories high. And they form a massive wall along Alva Pintado. It's big. It's so big, and some of you have some graphics of it. Each of the 3 buildings is almost as high as the letters in the Hollywood sign. And the 3 buildings together, from end to end, are twice as long as the word Hollywood. That's what we're talking about. That's the light on the top of the hill. If you're down on the sidewalk and you look up between the hill and then the buildings, you are then looking at 6 to 7 stories high from the sidewalk or the road below on Alamo Pintado. It's twice as high, or it's as high and twice as long as the Hollywood sign. I'm asking you, please help us.
Thank you very much, sir. Lansing Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Lansing Duncan, former county planning commissioner and current member of the Solvang General Plan Advisory Committee, or GPAC, working on the update of the General Plan update. When the mayor recruited me to serve on the GPAC, I suspect it was because of my planning experience and the fact that I chaired the San Ynez Valley GPAC that worked on the community plan for the valley. I've spent hundreds, or rather thousands of hours on Solvang's general plan update, working on the collective vision that, quote, shapes and guides the physical development of the city, end quote, to quote a resolution that you'll be looking at later. Numerous citizens and yourselves and staff put in time and effort to create the publicly developed policy that attempts to balance our priorities and preserve our quality of life. Solvang's unique character demonstrates how a community vision can be manifested and how that unique small-town character can be protected. Obviously, I believe in protecting our natural and man-made heritage and the importance of the public planning process. Otherwise, I would not have committed so much of my life to it. So when I see that process tossed aside and its results trampled on, I am flabbergasted. I suspect the city thinks it's between a rock and a hard place, but the best way to escape is to move. Instead, the city and yourselves appear to be sweeping this outrageous builder's remedy proposal under the rug. There's no question that it doesn't fit the site and it doesn't fit Solvang. The entire city and the council need to push back. Otherwise, there's no point in citizens and yourselves spending so much time and effort working on the general plan update. Solvang's vision for the future. It's being discarded right here in favor of Oakland and Sacramento's lack of vision. Therefore, I tender my resignation from the General Plan Advisory Committee.
Sorry to hear that. Thank you, Lansing. All right, Mark Oliver.
Good evening. Mayor, council members, my name is Mark Oliver. I'm former president of the San Ynez Valley Alliance. My topic is the proposed apartment complex in Alamo, Pintado, and Mission, the old Mission Drive, known as Site C. I do not live in Mission Oaks. I am not a NIMBY. The owner-developers proposing this massive complex do not live in Solvang. The applicant's address is in Oakland. None of the family have lived here for 15 years or more. They talk about loving Solvang, but the facts are very different. They own and built the shopping center where New Frontiers and CVS are now. When the owners tore down the old center, they said the new one would have a microbrewery, wine tasting, a restaurant, local shops, and apartments for Solvang residents. Instead, in addition to New Frontiers, we got a bank, CVS, the Forest Service, and now Cottage Health. The apartments, I have been told, are short-term rentals to out-of-town visitors. They did not follow through. So what do you think they will actually do when if they get to build their 105,000 square foot monstrosity? For instance, given their track record, how many units do you think will really be short-term rentals? Their complex is outrageously out of scale, as others have said. It would loom 50 to 60 feet over Alamo Pintado, as others have said, dominating the entry to this town. I urge the City Council to listen to the citizens of this community. And when the decision time comes, push back against the applicant's plans to abuse the builder's remedy to get their way, which, contrary to some of the council's advisors, may still be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all that's all the suggested comments that I have. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak that has not spoken? Yes, ma'am. Please come up and introduce yourself at the microphone. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Susan Shehab. I'm an 8-year resident of Solvang. I started coming up here when they were playing bingo under the tents. I'm the daughter of a developer, and this is a lousy development. It should not go in. I agree with everybody here, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Yes.
Hi, good evening. I think I filled out the form that said I wanted to speak, but anyway, hello, good evening. My name's Stephanie Statham. I've lived in Solvang for 30 years. This is regarding Site C, which isn't on the agenda tonight. I just want to say first that I almost bailed. I almost walked out when I saw all these people. And walking in here makes me feel like I need to be a little more thoughtful in my presentation. I realize that you're human beings, and I'm hoping now that what I have to say doesn't come across too harsh. I'm a little shaky. Anyway. People complain too much about regulation and then wonder why a town looks like every other place. That's why Solvang is beautiful. Solvang used to not approve anything crappy looking. And now, just look at those 7 or 9 tacky stucco boxes in the ditch by New Frontiers. That was once a beautiful little meadow. And now the fencing around it, the inches slowly around the back of the perimeter, that area is becoming like a fortress. And no unfortunate wildlife on Highway 246 would be able to negotiate or get through there. It would just be stuck on 246 running back and forth. Perhaps the developer at Site C has no respect for our community. It could appear that way. Acting as if you are providing a service is not easily swallowed by people who know better, especially when his proposed development is only required to provide 20% as affordable housing. I think I can safely say that the vast majority of citizens do not want this town turned into Santa Maria, Lompoc, or San Francisco. Just because the state is making his job easier does not give him carte blanche to build whatever he likes. His rendering is hideous and does not even begin to describe the character of our valley. To me, it looks like a blob. We must insist on character that is cohesive with what is carefully, beautifully built in this charming city. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else here.
Unmute your mic.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Yes, ma'am, please.
Hello, I'm Maddie Sandell. I'm a little bit coming late to this, so I'm just going to throw a couple of questions out there. You don't have to answer them, but I just want to know why the ball was dropped here, because it sounds like we had some time to resubmit when this was proposed, and that didn't happen. It sounds like we had 30 days to do that, so it's a little short, but it sounds like the state was supposed to give us some revision attempts. It was not fought. It sounds like the community has made their voice known on this, so just kind of confused why we aren't fighting it. And then why is Solvang out of compliance on the housing element? And then, did we receive feedback that the city failed to address? And I wrote you guys a letter, but I'll just cut to the end that there's some hearsay of a mandate that has come down from Sacramento for this project that there's nothing our city council can do. We heard this regarding the recent homeless ordinance as well. Respectfully, I'm tired of hearing we have no voice in our own jurisdictions, and I hope the city council will find some way to protect the interests of our community and the homeowners here. The government moves mountains to get their way. Perhaps somebody will discover an endangered delta smelt flopping among the grasses on Site C. So I do ask, on behalf of my family and my neighborhood, that you find some way to get around putting this development in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, is there anybody else in the audience? Okay, so we have a couple people on Zoom. Who's the first one, Laser? Brown, Mr. Brown? Not that one.
Hi, my name is Stephen Brown. I live in an apartment here in Solvang. I've lived here for since 2014, and I've lived in this apartment since 2015. And I just want to point out a couple of things. I think there's a certain irony in homeowners in this valley, in this town, there's an opinion that, well, what I will say is that many of us, if we have children or grandchildren, what we are experiencing is they can't afford to live here. They can't afford to buy a home here. That anyone who owns a home here, who has a child or a grandchild, they're not going to be able to buy a home and live near you. In fact, they're probably going to have to, if they can, rent an apartment. So I just want to say that the cost of housing is high, and here it's even higher. I'd also like to make a comment. There's a difference between affordable housing and low-income housing. I'd like to see that clearly stated in the plan. I don't have an objection or something like that to the current plan, but I'd also like to say that in terms of urban planning at all, high-density housing is actually much better than the sort of housing we see around here. If you want to preserve, going forward, farmland, vineyards, ranches, you're going to have to make peace with higher density housing. And maybe this plan isn't the one you want to adopt, but the idea that we can continue to have quarter-acre and half-acre lots with homes on them that anyone can afford, I think is just absurd. And that's my comment.
Thank you very much, sir. Who do we have next, Randy? John. John on your iPad.
Hi, this is John, excuse me, John Everts, Mayor Infante, and members of the council. Can you see me?
Yeah, there you are.
Okay, thank you. I served for 10 years on the San Ynez Valley General Plan Advisory Committee, known as the SYV GPAC, appointed by various members of the County Board of Supervisors in that time. And over that decade, we carefully evaluated like dozens of very controversial development projects. And I have to say that the county never brought anything this controversial, I don't think, before us. During that decade, the current housing project that's now envisioned for Solvang Site Z it would be considered a fiasco, I think, if it even came to us in that form to the GPAC. The high visibility, for example, Site C calls for a more restrained and thoughtful building plan, but instead the developers put forward, as others have noted, a visual monstrosity. It's cookie cutter development that will permanently define the northeastern entrance of the city. Site C's project, close proximity to the intersection of Highway 246 and Alamo Pintado Road, should be closely evaluated for its potential and dramatic degradation of circulation, which is admittedly one of the county's and the valley's most congested intersections. But the city has essentially ignored this impact and has basically proposed no realistic remedy. Site C's steep and rolling topography is best suited for a project that concentrates the development on that lower, flatter lot, and yet what we have now is a project that uses massive cut and fill grading and what I would call a Hail Mary catchment basement that's probably likely to fail when there are extreme rainfall events that become more common with climate change. I'm a 39-year resident of the Valley, and I'm a neighbor of Solvang, so I can't vote or vote against you, but think about this. We all pass through that intersection, all use the Alamo Pintado corridor. It's part and parcel of being a Valley resident. And this project, I urge you to rethink it. This year is not NIMBYism nor antipathy towards low-income or low-cost housing. The issue is whether this council has the political fortitude to challenge a project that does not, A, deliver on the low-income housing, and B, is really the epitome of poor land use planning. Don't let this developer push you and get you under the umbrella of the so-called builder's remedy. Please take this Frankenstein project back to the drawing board and direct your planning department to give us something we can all live with. Thank you. I know it's a tough decision. I appreciate having your time tonight.
Thank you very much. It looks like Dennis Beebe. Dennis, you online there?
There. Yeah, I'm online. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you and the other council members for your continued service to our community. Pardon my voice. That's the reason I'm not there tonight. I've included my snail mail address is 1568 Allboard Court, and I've included it to make it clear I'm not a card-carrying member of the Mission Oaks NIMBYs when it comes to the builder's remedy development. I'd like to approach that subject, though, from the aspect of the 2045 Solvang General Plan, now under environmental review. The draft plan has 9 sections, only one of which, Section 9, is the housing element, which we will discuss later tonight. The draft plan was the result of extensive work by a group of concerned and knowledgeable citizens, the 15-member GPAC, who met tens of times during a 2-year period and produced 2 complete consensus-driven drafts, including the housing element, which went on to the Planning Commission for approval. We were reviewing a 3rd draft of the first 8 sections when all work stopped. To call the 200-page draft a mere update would be a massive understatement. I don't know the status of the plan, I did not find it on the advance calendar. The GPAC's number one goal was to preserve, protect, and improve Solvang while retaining the unique small town atmosphere and rural environment of the surrounding areas. Every section of the draft general plan, land use, community design, economic development, public services, mobility, safety, and others, and every proposed goal and policy within each section included serious consideration, discussion, and consensus while embracing our fundamental code. The builder's remedy development proposed by the owner violates almost every aspect of the draft general plan. It's obvious neither the developer nor his staff live here. When it was first proposed, it should have been rejected out of hand. It is not compatible with Solvang or with the greater San Ynez Valley. So perhaps I'm a NIMBY after all. Not just Mission Oaks or the nearby residents of Site C, but all of Solvang and the entire San Ynez Valley. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I don't see anybody else on Zoom. Okay, let's bring it back to the council then. At this point in time, we are going to close general comment, and we are going to go on, or public communications, I should say, and go to the city manager's report and the advance calendar.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of things. One is Caltrans.
Randy, let me stop you for a second. Excuse me, if there's a number of people that are going to leave, let me call a 5-minute recess while you all leave so that we don't have the extra noise in the background. Let's just give it 5 minutes, and then we'll go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's resume the meeting, please. We'll go back to the city manager's report, please, Mr. Manager.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I started to say, in the council agenda packet, there is a couple of Caltrans flyers. They're in English and in Spanish. There is a meeting tomorrow evening regarding the Fox and Canyon Road intersection and State Route 154. That is going to be at St. Mark's in the Valley Episcopal Church in Los Olivos. I'm not even going to attempt to say the name of the Nojaquai, I guess, maybe, close enough, Avenue. And so I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. We do have 5 applicants for the Major U Committee, so that will be coming before the council.
Oh, really?
Good. At the next meeting. By way of reminder, there is no meeting in 2 weeks because it is Christmas. And I don't know about you, as much as I love my job, I don't plan to be here. And it's possible there may not be a first meeting in January. Currently, we have nothing on the agenda planned. So we're not going to formally cancel the meeting yet, but it is possible that we will not have another meeting until January 22nd. And that's all I have for now.
Very good. Questions, anybody in the council? Okay, then we'll bring it to the consent items. Ms. Clerk, if you would present that to us. Nobody wanted to make any comments? Oh, sorry, the actual comments themselves, not questions for Randy. My apologies. Jumping right ahead, I'm trying to catch back up. Council comments. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so I have a comment. We've been very busy in town, having guests and visitors, and everybody's excited to see the lights and experience Solvang as one of the most Christmassy towns in America. Thank you to everybody that is on our marketing team, because from experiencing the downtown myself every night, along with other measures in Solvang, I'm hearing positive, very positive comments. I will say to staff that anytime that we have more visitors, of course, there is more need for trash and more need for logistics to make sure that not only people come to Solvang, but they also have a great time in Solvang. So I know that it's been on the radar for staff already to be diligent about additional services that we need for during the holiday season and other times when people are visiting town.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
I'd like to see or get some perspective of, we've been so busy that it's been very inconvenient to a lot of locals with crosswalks and things of that nature. I'd like to see if there's Public Works or somebody, if they have some information as relating to public crosswalk crossings at Alisol and Copenhagen, as well as 246 and 5th Street and 246 and Alisol. Pardon me, for 246 and 5th in Alisol, a left turn lane or light. Often could be back up there quite a bit, not pedestrian, but regulated light for that, and that may be some Caltrans help with that, as they're both on 246. But a scatter-type crossing at the Alisol and Copenhagen for pedestrian, it can get backed up all the way to Oak Street and further when it's busy. So anything that would help.
I think that's been addressed a couple times with Caltrans, but it's a Caltrans issue because we can't do anything for that.
On 246.
Yeah, that's two separate things. 246 was the turn light.
Turn lanes.
Arrow. And but the crosswalks, we have control over that at Alisol and Copenhagen.
At Alisol and Copenhagen, absolutely. Yes, thank you. So we'll get Roger? Lori? Everybody's hiding back there going, Raphael. Any other comments? No. Okay, nothing from me. I apologize for jumping ahead. Ms. Clerk, then, if you would introduce us to the consent items.
Consent is for routine administrative city matters and is approved with one motion. These items are discussed only on request of council members. Members of the public were afforded an opportunity to speak during the public communications portion of this agenda.
So bringing it to the council, is there anything that on this consent item list that anybody would like to pull? If not,
No. But I would like to make a quick comment, if that's okay, because I think there was just in response to what was said earlier, most of all of our consent items, especially on this agenda, have been discussed, especially if they are for expenditures. So they do not find their way into consent approval unless they have already been reviewed and discussed.
thank you, that's a very valid.
And just to segue on that, a lot of these have to do with marketing or additional services that we need because we are so many. We have so many people. So we are roughly spending around $400,000 to $500,000 annually when it comes to marketing, visitor center, around, give it or take, right? How much does the city get for TOT in a year?
Well, if my math is correct, and Wendy's here to correct me if it's not, last I heard, about 50% of our revenue, general fund revenue is generated via TOT, which would put that somewhere in the $6 to $6.5 million range. Not including sales tax, that's just TOT.
Okay, can you repeat that number again?
About $6 to $6.5 million of general fund revenue.
Okay, so this is a $500,000 investment a year to get about $5 to $6 million a year.
Correct.
Okay, I wish that my cost of sales was great. Thank you. I hope that puts things into perspective about why we spend the money that we do on marketing.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Any other comments? Okay, then may I have a motion to accept the consent items, please?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent items.
Second?
I'll second it.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. Let's move to item 5A, please. And again, if you would introduce that for us, Ms. Clerk.
Continued public hearing to consider introduction for first reading by title only ordinance number 230371, repealing section 1112.8, special events, title 11, zoning regulations of the Solvang Municipal Code and amending title 8, public ways and property, adopting chapter 9, special events to establish processing and permitting of special events on public property and make a finding that the ordinance is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act CEQA requirements per section 15061 of CEQA guidelines.
Staff report.
Okay, good evening. My name is Jenny McClurg. I am your Parks and Recreation Director. And I do have Candace Libera, our Recreation Coordinator and Interim Special Events Coordinator and Marketing in the crowd tonight. Here tonight to talk about the continued public hearing, which in short is about special events. So I was here on the 27th. As a result of the meeting, the following suggestions have been made to the ordinance. So we have the application process. Councilmember Brown had suggested that a penalty be charged, and after discussion, and especially with the attorneys, we made a finding that this is covered by the non-refundable application fee, and so no changes were made to that. The insurance requirements for First Amendment and expressive activities. Both Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Elizabeth Arona had concerns regarding the First Amendment expressive activity insurance requirements. The city can't require insurance for First Amendment or expressive activity events. And so in section 8-9-3 for special event permits not requiring a permit, although we can't require insurance, we did add that we encourage the organizer to contact the city and provide contact information. And then secondly, regarding that First Amendment expressive activity, it was asked that signs and flags be added to the list of requirements that necessitates the permit with the following language. And we added, so it was erection of fencing, tents, stages, barricades, booths, and other structures. And then we added the erection of any sign or flag affixed to city property. So hopefully that will suffice for that suggestion. Another suggestion was on the cleaning deposit. Mayor Infante had concerns about charging a deposit that is sufficient enough to cover large events and scale the deposit based on the scope of the event. And so the following language was added to section 8-9-6. Quote, the city reserves the right to charge a higher deposit as determined at the discretion of the city manager if the event is large scale. And subsequently, we added the large scale to the definitions in 8-9-2, letter E with a definition of large scale event, which involves 500 people or more. And again, those prices will be determined when we do a fee schedule update. And then lastly, we discussed the economic impact of special events. And staff, along with legal counsel, suggests not to include any edits requiring consideration of the economic impact of special events on local businesses or residents. This would just be too difficult and require a baseline from which to even compare. So those were changes based on the feedback. And lastly, I'd just like to mention and thank Candace, who has been working on the special events with her expertise and knowledge and help with this process. And then you see the remainder of the staff report is what I had included in the first reading last meeting, if you had any further things to look at. And I am available for questions.
Questions from council?
Yeah, thank you, Jenny, appreciate that. On item 8-9-9 on, I think it's page 119 in my packet. As far as denial or revocation, I'm concerned about non-monetary non-compliance, if you will. For example, let's say they're scheduled to be out or finished with their project by noon, but it's, the next day before they get everything out. How would that affect their application next year or for a future endeavor?
So if they fail to comply with the rules, we could deny them
You could.
for a future event.
But that's not stated in here anywhere that I see.
Under subsection C, the city manager designee shall deny a special event permit if the special event organizer does not satisfy the requirements of this chapter, including failing to provide insurance, indemnity, or fees, fails to comply with any special event permit term, or fails to meet any requirement of the City of Solvang Special Events Guidebook. So that's pretty broad.
So it's covered.
Okay.
And the permit would include those setup cleanup times. And if they didn't, if they weren't out by that cleanup time, that would be part of the permit.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
I do have a comment.
I'm sorry.
Really appreciate the red lines. And there's elsewhere in the packet, but it makes it really efficient. Thank you so much.
Public comment. Do we have anybody that would like to speak on this particular item in the audience? Yes, sir.
I'm Jim Richardson, resident. I just wanted to comment on how beautiful the city looked tonight coming in. I think it's the best it's looked since I've lived here 25 years. And and it's because I think Jenny and her efforts, So and I just can't compliment you enough as to how well the city looks at this Christmas time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I would have a tendency to agree with you completely. The light shows, the lights, what's going on around here has been spectacular.
And I can't take full credit.
I know
the
you
whole
can't.
team of,
There's a whole
we have a
bunch
great
of people.
team.
But it's been spectacular. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, do we have anybody on Zoom? Doesn't look like we have any hands raised. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council. And I believe all we're doing is saying that, yes, we accept this for now until it gets to a second reading?
This is the first reading again, because we made changes.
Say it again?
This is another first reading because there were
Right.
more than just minor typographical changes, so it would be another first reading.
Okay, so all we're doing is saying we agree.
You'll need to make a motion to introduce for first reading by title only, the ordinance number 230371.
Thank you, that's what I needed to know. Do I have anybody that will make that motion?
I'll make the motion to introduce for first reading ordinance number 230371.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark absent, Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, let's go to 5B, and if you would introduce that for us, please, Ms. Clark.
Public hearing to consider adoption of resolution number 23-1238, approving a general plan amendment, 23 through 2031 six-cycle housing element, and make a finding that the general plan amendment is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act CEQA requirements per section 15061 of the CEQA guidelines.
Staff report.
Bear with me for a minute, Mayor. Okay, so before you this evening is the draft housing element, the 2023-2031 draft housing element. I have my consultant here who's helped throughout this process, Lori, and her and I will be tackling the presentation together. So to give everyone here a background, the city's housing element is one of 8 state-mandated elements of the city of Solvang's general plan. So it's a critical component of the city's blueprint to provide affordable housing opportunities within the city, and as well as implement the numerous amount of state laws. In particular, since 2017, the state legislature has passed over 110 housing laws, in particular, which helps guide this document from a state-mandated standpoint. The element establishes housing goals and policies and programs, and in response to the community's conditions and needs. The city last had adopted a housing element in 2015, and that's the housing element we are currently working under. So the housing element general plan update, the city had contracted with Mentier Harnish and Rincon Associates to update the entirety of the general plan, including the housing element in early 2021. Housing elements are policies set around what's known as Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA, and these are targets given by SB-CAG. So SB-CAG gathers not only every single city within Santa Barbara County, but also the unincorporated county areas are assigned a housing target and RHNA number for what's known as the housing element period. There have been several hearings on the general plan as well as the housing element, and during the time there's also been many meetings by the appointed General Plan Advisory Committee, or the GPAC. In February 2023, staff was directed to submit to HCD, which is known as the Housing and Community Development Department for the state of California, housing element, further review to show a good faith effort to meet the housing element goal. So backtrack a little bit here. Our housing elements here in Santa Barbara County were due February 15th of 2023. And so at the last meeting in February, you did direct city staff to submit this again to show a good faith effort. In May of 2023, the city did receive a comment letter from HCD, which requested changes and incorporated comments. Now, those changes, while rather lengthy, were much more technical in nature. So what you see this evening in your redlined staff report packets are those redline changes from a much more technical standpoint. HCD did agree to complete what's known as an informal review of the second draft, which city staff submitted in September, and that provided additional comments to city staff and its consultant in late October. So those comments actually boil down to just 3 main points through the informal review, to which myself and Lori, as well as our consultant, met with HCD on a conference call for about an hour in late October and went over the 3 points, and HCD provided guidance to the city of how it can meet its certification deadlines if by incorporating a certain amount of language. Again, and this language was driven by the state of California. So because we missed our February 15th, 2023 deadline, which again was for all jurisdictions in Santa Barbara County, we are currently subjected to what's called the builder's remedy. So this allows project applicants to utilize a revised set of state laws, specifically SB 330, which is the Housing Accountability Act, which originally was passed in the early 80s, amended in 2017, and also amended in 2020 to facilitate housing, including projects that do not conform to local zoning, but do meet the overall arching policies of existing general plan and adopted housing elements. So what we have on the books today, not what's in the future, not what we're adopting tonight, but what's on the books today, and that's your adopted general plan from 2008, as well as your housing element for 2015. The city, again, has received one such application that is known as Site C, which you've heard in public comments this evening. Adoption of this general plan this evening, the 2023-2031 housing element, will not have any bearing on the submitted application for Site C, and that will move through its own public process. So essentially, it's its own project. It has to be vetted by city staff. We take a 30-day review as required by state law. When they do come back in and review, it will need to go to DRC. It will need to go to Planning Commission and may ultimately end up at the City Council. But that is its own separate process. Neighbors will be notified for meetings per the requirement of our code, but that is not on the table this evening. We are talking about the housing element and housing element only. So there are some ramifications if the council fails to adopt and send this housing element to HCD for their certification. The first one is we face legal challenges to land use decisions, and we're already facing that now. That's on our door. That's at our doorstep, and that's in the builder's remedy. We may also have to pay fines and fees. We do lose grant funding opportunities. The state has tied numerous amount of grants to a certified housing element. We don't have that in the books. We can't apply for state grant funding. So that's the carrot, essentially, that the state dangles in front of us. We are mandated by courts to comply. And then, again, we will continue to lose what little local control we have left. And it ain't much at this point. As I mentioned, it's hundreds of laws have been passed that have really slowly eroded the local control. Getting a new comprehensive general plan and new housing element is the first step, and then there are next steps that we need to take as a part of the implementation of both this housing element and the general plan itself. And we'll also face court-ordered moratorium on all permits, and HCD has new accountability that will pursue action against non-compliant jurisdictions, and they're doing that now. So it's a laundry list of things the state, and again, really since 2017, where the state legislature and the governor have really made housing a top priority for all jurisdictions in California to address. And that's why they've brought a lot of teeth to the table. So it's kind of why we're in the crunch here to hopefully adopt a housing element that sets policies for the next 8 years. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Lori, who will guide you through what actually is in our housing element. And then from there, I will close it up, and then we'll open it up to council for any additional questions.
Can you? Sure. So the housing element is required to be updated every 8 years. It's in response to the regional housing needs allocations that came through from the county and were allocated by the state. So the next, go ahead. I think it's important to put this in context. The County of Santa Barbara had 24,856 units assigned to the county. Each one of the different jurisdictions and the county itself had about 8 months of review of these numbers and assigning them to each one of the jurisdictions. But they basically had opportunities to look at different factors. Where are the jobs? Where are the housing? Where do we need to have some balance between the two? The ultimate decision by SBCAG was 14,000 of those 24,000 units are all allocated to the South Coast because that's where the jobs are. And so Goleta, Santa Barbara, Carpinteria, the county jurisdictions have to absorb 14,000 units in their housing plans south of the mountains. The County of Santa Barbara itself was allocated 5,600 units, and the City of Solvang was allocated 191 units. And that was in context to the current population, the current jobs, as well as the current housing needs. So you can understand how this has been a big deal for all of the cities and the county throughout the county of Santa Barbara, as well as other jurisdictions. The numbers were decided in July or June of 2022, realizing that our housing element would have to be completely done and filed by February. And so we spent a lot of time working with our committees and the Planning Commission, and ended up being late because of staff changes and a number of other reasons. But we did bring it both to the Planning Commission and to the City Council in February, and were able to file the draft housing element to HCD prior to that February 15th date. That showed good faith effort, and we, during that period of time, we continued to work on the environmental review for the whole general plan, as well as waiting for responses from the state, from the HCD. The numbers that we're working with are broken down into different income levels, and you also have what's called a buffer. So we also have to plan for a 20% buffer. In case one of the projects doesn't move forward, we might have to absorb those units somewhere else. So we have very low category, low, moderate, and above moderate. And of course, above moderate can be everything to market rate. So it doesn't limit market rate housing. Go ahead. We are assuming a number of different units being developed, including accessory dwelling units can be counted, junior ADUs can be counted in the housing element now. And we also have a number of pending projects that, if they had not been receiving their occupancy permit by June of last year, can be counted into this cycle. So right now, we have about 109 units that are either approved, under construction, or just about ready to get occupancy that we'll include in our inventory. So in regards to how do we meet the RHNA numbers, the housing element has a number of different items. Streamlining the ministerial review, that's with single-family accessory dwelling units, junior ADUs, priority process, fee waivers, get incentives for ADU construction. Partnering with nonprofits to apply for funding, and your nonprofits could be like People Self-Help Housing, Housing Authority, number of different agencies, and then finding sites for higher density. So that was the challenge. We needed to find sites to meet the requirements. We looked at our inventory, and as we noted, one of the areas that we really focused on was the idea of making sure that residential units become a primary use within the TRC and the general commercial designations. And because currently, right, the city's ordinance does not allow for residential to be the primary use on a site in the TRC zone. We have a number of old single-family homes in the TRC that would like to maybe have a commercial use in the front and still have some residential in the back. But we have to be very careful about the percentages of square footage for residential versus the commercial, and making the commercial the primary use. Now that we change the ordinance, or as we change the housing element and then change the ordinance, residential can be a primary use in the TRC, which will save some of those old houses, which is what we want to do. We also looked at a number of different housing sites, vacant sites throughout the city. The initial review by the GPAC as well as the Planning Commission was 15 different sites. If you can go to the next slide. There was a number of different parameters. They were pockmarked throughout the city, and they needed to be a certain size, accept a certain density, look at a little bit of the topography of the site, infrastructure. And by the time, through a process of elimination, we ended up with 4 sites. And the sites included, they changed the numbering from numbers to letters, so we had A through D sites. And the one that was the most controversial, as we've noted, is Site C. Initially, the consultants referred to it as 110 low-income units. The Planning Commission ultimately recommended to the City Council that it go to 76 units with a variety of housing income levels. And then prior to the hearing, Site A was dropped out. Prior to the City Council meeting, the Site A dropped out. They asked to be removed from the property or from the project. And so we just had B and D, which have a mix of housing types, and then Site C, which is the one there. Go ahead and go to the next slide. The City Council, at their meeting in February of last year, recommended that only half of the site be designated for 20 units per acre, the lower half, and the remaining northern half would be the 20R1 designation, or 2 units per acre. And so that potential build-out range was between 36 to 50 units based on design and the size of the units that would come forward. That is the recommendation that was sent to HCD, and that's the one that HCD is accepting. So move forward. There were questions about the lumberyard site, Mission Drive project. Currently, the site is designated for design residential, 20 units per acre, and it's about 2.5 acres, so they could get, somewhere around 40 to 50 units on that site. The applicant would like to be rezoned to TRC so that he could do a combination of a hotel with housing. And so we're including his request to go to TRC in the general plan update, and we'll include the units in the low income category. So when you see some of those tables and it has a number of units in the low income category, it's including the micro units from the Mission Drive project. So basically what we're looking at here is an inventory of what is being required by the state at 191 units and different categories that have already been identified based on accessory dwelling units, pending projects, and vacant site potential developments. And we will be able to meet our RENA numbers based on what we've been able to inventory on these different categories. And we will have a little bit extra also. It's important that we also, and you saw that in the package that you received, there's quite a bit of information in a chapter referred to as affirmatively furthering fair housing. And there's a lot of information in there about what our population is within the city, how are their housing needs being met, which different categories. And we really are looking at getting as much information out to the community on how they can meet housing requirements and meet their family needs. There's a number of different goals that are identified, programs and policies. Most of these are things that are carrying forward the state law and will ultimately be included in our zoning codes, our general plans, our housing element, as well as the rest of the general plan. And the effort that we had with HCD, they did review everything that we provided in these different chapters, and HCD just had a couple of comments, particularly on making sure that we address farm worker housing within our policies. So that has been added in the redacted version that you have. So there, again, the goals and policies that have been identified are in there. I think you've had an opportunity to review it. If there's any questions, I think we're just about ready to wrap up. These are the additional housing element goals that were added based on HCD's direction to the project. So I'm through if you want to move forward with your summary.
Thank you, Lori. So we do have sort of a next steps for this housing element.
Put that slide back up. Raphael, we lost it there, and it looks important. It's the next steps, right?
Yep. Put the PowerPoint back up. Thank you. So there are quite a few next steps. So the first one is the city council decision this evening. So that there are options that are in your staff report. If the council so chooses to direct staff to adopt the general plan amendment and the housing element, we would submit for HC certification. Typically, that's a 60-day review. However, we will be requesting an expedited review from HCD. So we've discussed this with our consultant. And again, having that informal review that we had in early November really helped out a lot because it really pinpointed the exact language that they were looking for to get us to certification. The next step is actually a rezone. So typically, a housing element, once adopted, the state gives you 1 year to do rezones of those sites. We don't have a year. That's unfortunately, we are at the doorstep of January. So myself and speaking with Randy, we went ahead and Lori, and so we've actually started the process to rezone 2 of the 3 sites. So sites B and D are currently, we're doing an in-house environmental review between myself and my staff. And so that's going to be before you in February to be on time, and again, to remain in a timely fashion, even though this housing element is a little bit tad late. Site C, however, will not be a part of that rezone package simply because there is now a pending application. So that is on its own track. We will deal with that when we get to the actual review of that application and goes to decision-making bodies. The remainder of the general plan update will conclude late spring. So we are currently reviewing, as Lori had mentioned, the admin draft EIR. City staff just received critical sections to review, including transportation and air quality over the last week. We are hustling to get these out before the holidays so that we get some revisions from the consultants. They get to work immediately after the holidays. And we actually have a draft EIR on the streets to not only you, the decision makers, but the public as well. And that will kick off a 45-day review. So again, we anticipate having the entirety of the general plan update to you in late spring. And finally, we got to begin housing implementation. Even though 2033 seems like a long time away, there are quite a bit of implementation and policy measures that we need to do within the first 2 to 3 years. So that's a lot of work on city staff's hands for what little staff we have. But there are items that we will need to be bringing slowly but surely to both the Planning Commission and ultimately you as the council for decision and implementation. So with that being said, we did do an environmental review that is separate from the housing or from the rest of the general plan. Since this is a housing policy document, so adoption of the housing element is exempt for the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per section 15061B3. And as you can see, there's no possibility that the housing element may have a significant effect on the environment because it does not approve any development projects or other physical changes to the environment, again, because we're just going over the policy. So city staff is recommending adoption of Resolution 23-1238, approving a general plan amendment for the 2023-2031 six-cycle housing element, and make a finding that the general plan amendment is exempt from CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, per section 15061 of the CEQA guidelines. And with that, I will open up to questions from the council.
I have a question. Regarding the, you said that in the process now, we had approximately 109 units or of it coming online. Is that included in that number? Does that include the lumberyard project?
No.
So that
No,
would be in
because that
addition to-
one has not been approved yet. What it does include is the project at 531 Alisal Road, the 11 units that are under construction right now. It includes the 32 units on Alamo Pintado Road at Village Drive and Alamo Pintado Road, which was approved 2 years ago, and is another one of the Ken Hunter projects that he's proposing to build relatively soon. I believe they're going through plan check right now. We also have a number of ADUs that have been issued. I believe that we now have about 20 that are pending, either through, they're in construction now, or they have permits, and we'll be looking at those. And then there's a couple other projects that were had approved, including the 6 units at the corner of 5th and Oak, and the Fur project, the 3 units over there. So You just go around the city, and single-family homes that we've issued will count to those numbers.
That's all.
Would you mind bringing up the slide? Because I wanted to ask a question about the ADU assumptions that we're making in that calculation. And it's a different number than what we had in the packet, I believe, as we got to net 65 needed. Keep going, Raphael. It's the earlier number slide.
So is that, you're looking at the 64?
Yeah. Okay, so you just said we had 20 and I was remembering 19. So how do we get to 64 for the ADU count?
What the consultants did through discussion with staff is we looked at how many years we average ADUs per year out for the next 8 years.
So you look backwards and project forward based on
Correct.
pattern? Okay. And so therefore, the top line is our obligation, and the bottom line is how we're projecting how we will finish. So we're still not meeting our very low. We're not meeting our bottom three our bottom two categories. Is that the answer? Okay. And
Right, I mean, that,
and just, it is our assessment right now, but what is your assessment on those numbers being accepted by HCD?
well, they were, again, the RENA numbers are targets. We have to show good faith targets. It starts with rezoning of these sites. We rezone the sites and we put them at a by right and reduce barriers. That's all we can do. We're not in the home building game. We're not builders. And the reality is the only way any jurisdiction gets to those very low and low numbers is through partnerships with nonprofits. And those are typically the only way you will get those numbers, as if the nonprofit purchases a site and then partners with the city to fast track that development through the numerous amount of laws that are available that reduce barriers, including CEQA, fees, et cetera. That's the only way these jurisdictions, including ours, would ever realize those very low numbers.
Okay, well, but this is good news from my perspective, because, and I caught it in the packet that we're at 104, which is the first time I'd seen that, sort of approved projects. So we're showing great progress against 191, call it 200.
Absolutely. I mean, great example of this, of reducing barriers, is we had 2 projects in the Planning Commission. For whatever reason, the developer and previous staff did not notify the applicant that their maps had expired. And so, but these were critical projects in terms of housing units. We as staff, we fast-tracked that in less than 4 weeks and got it back on and green-lit. So again, that's reduction of barriers. That's what the state is looking for. The state is looking for you to play in their sandbox, whether you like it or not, and reduce those barriers.
Got it. So I have a couple more questions. There may be more big picture questions. You made comment, and I want to verify what I think I heard and what I saw in the packet. And I just want to compliment you again. Thank you very much, because huge effort, huge document for us to get through, and the red lines are such an easy, much appreciated way to get through it. So the language changes because you can read the red lines and get a feel for how much is changing. It's really clear your language is much more activated and action-oriented, as opposed to, we commit to a meeting sometime versus we will meet by such date, as an example. Just curious if that came as guidance, either from our consultants or HCD, to help us get in position to be approved quickly?
It comes from both. HCD likes to give a very open-ended question to not, give away the farm. But then they tell you, hey, go look at so-and-so city. And we look, and sure enough, that's the language. So we just parrot the language. But it's very much given a direction from HCD that a specific jurisdiction has done X and has been certified. So maybe you should go look at X. and we look at X, and we end up doing it. Obviously, it's not word for word, because Solvang is a unique community. We're very unique in the way we do things. We're very unique in our character. So, we try to, this effort, and I'm coming in at the 9th inning, and I'm actually the relief pitcher, to be quite honest, for those that love baseball. I love baseball. And so, I'm just trying to close it out at this point. So really, it was an effort that's applauded by Lori and the council and commission, those at the GPAC level, to get us to where we are today.
So I'll make one last comment, because it's much appreciated that you've gotten all the effort to get us to where we are, because execution is what has put us a bit in the penalty box. I know we're not alone. Every city in the state has had their challenges. We're not particularly unique. This has been a difficult go-around with all the legal changes, but to get us this close and to get that execution where we needed huge applause. So it's execution from here on out, right? We got to close that weakness. But I'll say this, please execute, but hold us accountable for what you need to. So we have to cooperate and accelerate from where we are now. Okay?
And as you see with many of the action items, they'll be incorporated, a lot of these will be incorporated in the coming budgets, because there will be funding for some of the actions that need to be carried forward.
Okay, great.
All right. I do have a couple of questions and comments. First of all, thank you for doing this. The language on the housing element is a lot more concise, a lot more clear. I just have a question, because there was a lot of work involved on putting this together, not only from staff, from council, from the Planning Commission, but also the GPAC that put in countless amount of hours, and also the amount of staffing that it took to manage the GPAC. That probably made the process longer, but the point of the GPAC was to get more community engagement, so it's not just commissioners and council members deciding for the whole community, but we wanted as much input as possible, even if it took a little longer. And also, change of city manager, lots of staff changes that date back to 2019. I'm sure that makes it a lot more difficult. I have a question about the ADUs, because we need to allow for construction of housing in order for it to count towards our RHNA numbers. We are, through a series of laws, forced, well, not forced, but maybe encouraged, or, we have to approve ministerially the construction of ADUs. We can say that we have 500 single house units that could possibly have an ADU and make those count towards our RHNA numbers, can we?
No, and again, we're forced, I'll put it bluntly, we are forced to, we do not have an ADU ordinance on the books, and that's actually one of our implementation measures, is to get an ordinance on the books. ADUs are a bit of a tricky business. So to answer your question, could, in theory, every single-family home and every single multifamily home construct an ADU? Yes, they very much can. You do that today. Building permit, it's administrative by right, as long as you meet the merits of the building code and the state setbacks, we'll issue a permit. But ADUs, while the state over the last 5, 6, 7 years has made it extremely easier to construct ADUs, that they're still, they're costly. And simply because conversions of garages are typically cheaper, but if you're doing a detached or attached ADU, those start to be pricey. And so it is not available for, I'd say, generally speaking, most homeowners, simply due to the extreme amount of cost to construct.
Okay, I just find it interesting that in some cases, as long as the zoning allows for it to potentially be built, it counts, but in other cases, it doesn't count unless there are plans for it to actually happen. That seems a little arbitrary.
And we're working with SBCAG, actually. We kicked off this last week a study with other jurisdictions in Santa Barbara. We're going to do an ADU study that basically looks at, how are these things being administered? How can we do it better? from my particular perspective, representing the city of Solvang, I was looking more to the affordability in terms of the survey so that we could, like our neighboring jurisdiction in San Luis Obispo County, is get then a number that says, okay, if the ADU is X amount of square feet, we assume it's X amount in rent, so therefore it's going to be affordable to very low or low income, and we take credit for it. That's the end game. I'm trying to get to the end game. And other jurisdictions were on the same boat. I know Buellton and Lompoc were also applauding sort of that effort again to try to meet these numbers in this ideology that affordable by design with smaller units actually will equate to affordable units.
And if I could just respond to one point that you made. Yes, every single-family lot in Solvang could technically have an ADU. The state does not do their math that way. They look at the trends. And our trend was about 8 ADUs a year. And so that's how we were able to claim and put in our report 64 ADUs for the next 8 years. And so if it happens that we have 12 ADUs a year, they will still count towards those numbers. But that's not for this plan that we put together. We had to go with what the trends are.
Okay. Thank you. And just bringing it back, you've already answered a lot of these questions, but there were some questions brought up earlier, so I just want to make sure that that is clear. Why were we late on presenting our housing element? How did we fall out of compliance?
I think there was a couple of reasons. First of all, the RENA numbers came out late. That was the basis for the housing element. So, and then we had staff changes. And the consultants had started working on the housing element, but needed some additional direction. So we were able to get a draft document out, but it wasn't the final document. And so it moved into the HCD. It was just, I think, a combination of staffing and late RENA numbers.
Yeah.
And, the city of Goleta just adopted theirs. So there were, the city of Santa Maria just adopted their housing element. So we're basically, most of the jurisdictions in Santa Barbara County were late.
Yeah, so this is common. It's not that Solvang is particularly incompetent. It's that
Exactly.
we're trying to do a lot with very few resources, and it falls along the side of other cities.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, just add to that, Lompoc here has just adopted theirs a week ago. So yes, it is other cities, and the RENA numbers being late is probably one of the bigger issues. But again, we are here now, and although it did not, we do have an application in the wings that's using the builder's remedy action tonight, and then certification stops that.
Yeah, and of course there is a lot of feedback that we get. Once that we submitted, it's not like you just submit it and you're done. They bring it back with comments and clarifications and whatnot.
The meeting that we had in October was, I think, reassuring that we're in good stead with HCD, especially adding and addressing these last items. And we were very surprised that the director of HCD actually joined the phone call.
Oh, fantastic.
And so that was a good signal that we were heading in the right direction.
All right.
That's very cool.
And then just one more question with Site C. It was submitted as, the developer is wants to build something humongous. Our community in general likes, the greenscape and, the wildlife, habitat preserved, and of course, everybody's quality of life. So what was submitted was sort of a middle ground. It wasn't submitted with the density that the builder wants to do. Is that correct?
So again, the initial baseline that we started with was the original zoning, which was 20R1, so 10 lots. Through the discussions and trying to figure out process of elimination of all the other ones, we kind of all fell back to this site. How do we meet these numbers? And that's where initially it was 110 units, then it was, no, let's go down to 76. City Council, that final draft housing element was at between 36 and 50 units.
Okay, and that's what's being presented tonight,
That's what's
correct?
being included in this housing element.
All right, thank you. Yeah, those are all my questions.
That's it. Okay, in that case, let's take it to the public. I've got a couple of requests to speak. One is from Lansing Duncan. Lansing, sir. Going to give up on GPAC, but you got to say it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, and thanks to staff for moving this forward, because obviously we need to do that. I have to say that I realize there were issues like the census numbers coming in late, but basically the plan was that the hearings that you got to in December were supposed to have been held in the summer and the fall. And there was basically a slip of about 8 or 9 months in 2022 where stuff didn't get done. Then I have to say, once Lori got a hold of it, she's moved this pretty fast. The one lapse there, I would say, is in the turnaround between May and in September. That took 4 months, and it would have been nice if that came in 30 days and met their grace period, or at least came in before we had this Builder's Remedy project. And just to speak to that, when the Builder's Remedy proposes more than twice as many units and uses up the entire site instead of just the lower, flatter half, which is your direction, I don't see that as middle ground. I think this council did exactly what they were supposed to do and what you're supposed to doing with your resolution, which speaks to the physical development of the city in the future, and also taking public comment. It was the public telling you about this property that they were familiar with that was so much more informative than what consultants in Sacramento looking from 30,000 feet were telling you. And so you got a much better feel for what in fact would produce affordable housing. And the whole idea was that lower, flatter section will be so much more economical to build. It's a much better area to put your high-density affordable housing. One thing I would ask about, a couple questions, is one, have you ever rebutted the letter that the developer sent to HCD asking them not to approve your housing element? Okay, I think it would have been beneficial to signal that you were defending your publicly developed policy and that you defended the process and your plan. And I think that would have been a good communication for that developer. I do think that it's great to hear now that HCD is actually accepting your direction on Site C. That's a vindication of all the members of the public who took part in that process. And I would like to and hope that the city will continue to work towards what was set as the goal for Site C. To try and find some way that you can create the sort of future Solvang.
Turning back on.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Lansing. We had previously established that if you went to your 3-minute limit, we would shut your microphone off. I should have asked to leave it on for you, Lansing. I think we heard most of it, though. Thank you very much. John Moyson.
Okay, thank you. And the city does look beautiful driving here tonight after doing a lot of grading. This is our last week of the semester as a teacher. I noticed all the city lights and just kind of took a breather at the stop sign. So I've spoken with you before about the development of proposed Site C. I'm going to read most of this and try to maintain eye contact since I'm not familiar with this as much as my own lessons. But so I've attended some hearings. Both my mother and I have written multiple letters to you about Site C. We are residents of Mission Oaks. And we were concerned, and now we're really shaken through the process. We were concerned about how you guys were going to split up the site. We are very much strongly support long-term affirmative housing. So your recommendation to the state of separating the lots between an R20, the lower half for affordable housing, and then leaving the upper half as 2 units per acre, we thought that was prudent. Unfortunately, this builder's remedy has thrown a curveball really into the process. I understand it's a whole separate motion item. But as it stands, Solvang does not have certification. They are out of compliance. Hopefully, this tonight will fix that. Solvang is also ineligible for state grants, so hopefully that will not persist. The council's complacent behaviors and lack of action regarding the future development of Site C, we feel, my mother and I, have invited this builder's remedy, created an envelope for this application to come in. It does take away our community's voice, I feel. There is very little we can do for environmental impact about it, allows high-density housing to be developed in a reckless manner, not just in a responsible manner on the lower part of the parcel. City Council, I just feel like there's been a loss of control defending the public process, which is unfortunate. I was watching some football this weekend. I'm more of a football fan than a baseball fan, but there's a New England coach that tells his players all the time, very popular, just do your job. I'm told that too, and I hope that you will continue to do that in our best interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do you have anybody else in the audience who would like to speak to this? I don't see anybody on Zoom. Do you, Randy? Okay, then we'll bring it back to the council. Last comments or a motion to adopt Resolution 23-1238.
I'm just going to say it's a tough dance, allowing for affordable housing while at the same time protecting the small town lifestyle that we have here. So I thank everybody that's involved in the process for doing their best to, do both. And with that, I will make a motion to adopt resolution number 23-1238, approving our general plan amendment as presented.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark absent. Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. And thank you, staff.
Thanks,
That was
Bill.
an excellent report, letting us know all about this. I appreciate that. That was well done.
A lot of work. Good job.
Yeah, a lot of work.
That's just your starter.
All right, let's go to item 6A. Ms. Clerk, if you would introduce that, please.
Discussion and possible action regarding designation of a mayor pro tem for the term January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024, and to establish council seating arrangements.
Okay, so I'm going to ask our attorney, because I believe our city code says that the mayor pro tem has to be somebody who hasn't served in the past, a recent past?
Well, I'm going to have to pull up the code itself. There is a provision in there, and I think it's the council protocols, but I'll take a look at the code while you...
While we talk about this?
Yes.
Well, the thing that comes to mind is, of course, Elizabeth is current mayor pro tem. Claudia has been mayor pro tem. David has not. So, I think by default, we make the decision, I will move that we appoint David Brown as mayor pro tem.
I'll second.
Oh, we have to get public comment?
Oh, do we? Oh. Sorry.
Anybody want to say anything about that? No? I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea, too.
Peer pressure.
All right, in that case, I don't see anybody on Zoom that wants to make a comment either. So I will move that we appoint David Brown as mayor pro tem. Do I get a second on that?
I'll second.
And just for clarification, I didn't find it in the code. I believe it's in the city council protocols, though.
It's okay, we're going to give it to him anyway. Give it.
Let's make sure, you're accepting, right?
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark absent. Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Mayor pro tem Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, so out of curiosity, at what point in time do we start calling him mayor pro tem?
January 1.
January 1, thank you. All right, let's move on to item 6B then, please. If you would introduce that for us, Ms. Clerk?
Discussion and possible action to award a contract to Extreme Clean Janitorial for on-call janitorial services in the amount not to exceed $307,358 per year for a total amount not to exceed $614,716 for the term January 1, 2024 through December 31st, 2025, and authorize the mayor to execute on behalf of the city.
Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Clerk. Can we have the presentation up?
Oh, there you go.
You're busy, Roger. Dang, that's a flat file system.
Holy moly.
We are hiring.
Well, that's usually spread over
Everybody
two
know.
screens, so I have a lot of stuff on my desktop, but.
I could tell.
I try to whittle through it. So this is staff's presentation for the City of Solvang Custodial Services for the potential contract award. So as you might remember back in, I believe, September, we extended the contract for custodial services with the current contractor with the understanding that we would put out a full RFP and look to renew our contract, which we did. So we sent out a request for proposals. The city did receive 5 proposals, and we scored them on several different qualifications: recent experience, understanding of the work that we needed to do, the quality and clarity of their proposal, the proposed staffing that they were going to employ, the ability to complete all the things that we needed, and the proposed billing rate structure. You know, we kind of looked at the pricing, and that was one of the many things that we looked at. So we did use 3 independent scores, and we made the selection was unanimous. There was one clear-cut winner in the of the proposal submitted, which was Extreme Clean out of Solvang. They actually occupy the office that formerly known as SYVT offices over here on 2nd Street. So with that, we took we needed to figure out exactly how much we needed to award their contract for. So what we did is we took a look at what are our needs and how often do we need to clean the restrooms and pick up the trash is basically what the wheelhouse and the most the greatest need that we have. So we put a calendar together for 2024. And in green, that is, there's an extra cleaning. So a typical day is we clean the restrooms on just a normal everyday day that we don't have a whole lot of activity. We're cleaning the restrooms twice a day. That's the need. There's 3 restrooms in the downtown, so we have to clean them once midday and then once at the end of the day. That way they're clean for the morning when they do get opened up. And then also we're picking up the trash once a day. Right around towards the end of the day is when we're picking it up. However, on Wednesdays we have farmers market, so there's an additional touch-up clean that we need in the restrooms, which is not a full cleaning, but it is just kind of go in, pick up some of the paper and stuff like that that's on and see if there's anything that needs to be touched up. So that was kind of a lesser expense, and we'll get into the pricing in a minute. But then we also have some high-intensity days, and the items highlighted in yellow are high-intensity days, which is an additional cleaning, an additional trash pickup. And that's kind of what plays into how much we need to do and how often we need to clean. So again, we had 148 high-intensity days that we identified, and this is general. I mean, it's the contract that we're proposing is a not-to-exceed contract. So if we need additional cleanings, they'll be out there, they'll clean, and they're going to bill us if we say we needed it. This looks like, based on what we're seeing, there's a lot of activity. Yeah, our marketing group has been really successful, and now in the middle of May, we got a ton of people. Well, we need an extra cleaning. Well, go on, head out there. So it's a good problem to have, but it's something that we need to be able to address and be flexible on. So that's why we want to have our contract that way. But this is, again, we're just kind of anticipating what our budget's going to be. So we identified 143 high-intensity days, 37 days that are the farmer's market only, and then about 180 standard days, which is just your typical day where we have to have the cleaning. So we put that together, and in our downtown restrooms, for the high-intensity days, it's 390 per day for that's 3 cleanings. For our normal days, it's 312, sorry. And for the farmer's market days, it's an additional cleaning at 364. So it's 127,000 is what we're looking at for just the restroom cleanings for the 3 restrooms in the downtown. And that's based on what we're projecting. Also for trash pickup, we have about 160 high-intensity days. We have some holiday days, which is not your typical high-intensity day. And then on your normal days, we got about 180 of our normal days as well. So does that add up? 365, okay. So that's about roughly $90,000 for our trash pickup. And that's picking up the trash, not only collecting the trash and disposing them in a dumpster for all the trash cans that are along our city streets, in our parking lots, but also picking up the trash in our parking lots, also picking up the trash on the weekends at the parking lots that are, that we open to the public at the school district. And also again, and also the Centennial Plaza over by Burke Homes and parking lot number 1, that wasn't in the previous contract, so we added that too. Want to make sure that that's covered. And then there are other items, other custodial services that we added in there, including a weekly deep clean in City Hall, the City Hall and the Annex. So currently, city staff does, we do a daily clean at the restrooms and get things ready to go for the day. However, on the weekend, when no one's here, we routinely get so that's once a week, we routinely do a deep clean. Also, there's been an additional need at Sunny Fields and HCA Park with the lack of a park host. Previously, the park host would do HCA, and we're looking to have. I mean, that's something that we're working on. But once we do get the home in HCA ready to go, then that would be something that they would take over. So we anticipate about 3 months, 3 to 4 months, we would need our new custodial person to be able to handle that work. And then also the Vets Hall cleaning. That's another item that we might be able to see some cost savings because a bulk of that $90,000 is assumed to be the Vets Hall cleaning because it's a requirement to do that about 3 times a week. Well,
the senior center is going to take it over.
Well, the senior center is going to take it over, but the large hall, currently we have a device called an auto scrubber that has been down, and usually we're using that in between events and things, and we would be able to do that, and staff can handle that, but that auto scrubber has been down. It's about a $12,000, $13,000 new device. If we get that, then staff would be able to handle a lot of those cleanings. I mean, there would still be some times when we have to get a custodial if there's a back-to-back and we have to have someone ready early morning or something like that, or we wouldn't be able to handle it. However, a general cleaning if we do get a new piece of equipment. So probably in the next budget season, we'll try to get that piece of equipment, and then that will save some money on the custodial, and staff will be able to retake over that part of it. But for now, we're putting that in there, putting that as part of the budget. So it all amounts to a total 2-year contract award, $307,358 annual. So we're looking at a 2-year contract, and again, this will be it will be a not to exceed amount. If we got to come back for more money, then we're coming back and saying, hey, again, the marketing group's been too successful, and we've had to clean up too much in the downtown. Or something else has arisen where we're just we're needing to employ them a little bit more. But this is what we're looking at, which is about what our annual costs have been over the last couple of years. We've been in the $305,000 range. The custodial services is currently budgeted, so we're not looking for a budget adjustment this time. And we will, again, staff will seek some cost-saving items to try to reduce our costs. However, this is, as we've said, Solvang is a small town with amusement park problems, and this is one of those amusement park issues that we have to deal with, which is cleaning up, keeping the restrooms clean, and delivering this product, which is a clean downtown area with our restrooms and keeping the trash picked up. Other items that we will look into as well. This custodial firm can do sidewalk pressure washing, but we're looking to do put out another RFP, and maybe they're awarded it, maybe they put in the right proposal, but we're looking to do that probably over the next couple months as well as, kind of move forward with that. So hopefully by late spring, we'll have a new contract for that as well, and then we can look at if we need to do, we'll have some current pricing, and we'll take a look at how we can move forward with that. Based on our custodial needs, a budget adjustment may be requested at the mid-cycle, or for these additional services and the new rates. So we might need a little bit more money in the budget, but we're not looking for it at this point. We're going to take a look at it in the mid-cycle, in the mid-year. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or comments.
Yeah.
I have a question, Roger.
Yes, absolutely.
Can you go back to your slide with your annual calendar there?
Sure.
Thank you. I noticed that you have nothing in September and that's usually the Danish days in September. Was there a reason for that?
I had added that in there, and we're likely to employ some additional cleaning, but usually the special events handle their own stuff.
Trash pickup.
They handle their own trash pickup and their other.
They bring in the
meetings
bathrooms too,
and stuff
don't
like
they?
that.
Yeah.
I believe so. I'm not certain. So, I mean, that would be.
Yeah, I don't see them doing our bathrooms, but I see them picking up their own trash and such.
So we might need that, but there might be a couple other times when we're not at a high-intensity weekend or something like that we have noted on there.
Did the current vendor make a bid?
They did. However, they did not, they didn't make the cut as far as the scoring goes. What I am looking to do is talk to them about entering getting a contract with them as an on-call, just in case there's something happens with this vendor. Then we're able to, we do have them under contract. There was another larger firm that also submitted, was the number 2 scored vendor that we might enter into an on-call contract with, but they also did not meet the cut to be our normal everyday custodial service.
Well, I appreciate the fact that this vendor is local.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Just a quick question, Roger. I thought in the packet it said that this bid came in slightly higher than what we had in budget, but you're saying we don't need a budget adjustment.
We don't need a budget adjustment right now. Honestly, I based on some of the additional needs that we've seen with the advent of the park host going out and having to have the current custodial contractor take over some of that work and some other things, we really need to kind of take a look at where we're at, and that hasn't been done. So we were going to take a look at that with the mid-year budget and figure out exactly where we're at and where we're headed. So fortunately, most of the, after we get through this month, which is our current custodial contract, the following 4 to 5 months are not all that high intensity. So we should be.
So it is a rate-based contract because you've given us a 2-year contract, but a not to exceed for 2 times the 307.
Mm-hmm.
So, but there is some variability. You don't think it'll go over the 614 over the 2 years?
I don't anticipate it going over the 614 over 2 years.
Okay.
Like I said, we're going to try to find some cost savings where we can. For example, get the auto scrubber if we can do that, then we can, we can cut potentially about $40,000 off the top with the
For a
purchase of a
$12,000
purchase of a
machine?
$12,000 piece of equipment.
There's it. That's
Stuff like that
that's
is what we're trying to look at.
good math. All right, thank you.
A quick question. I was at the Music in the Park this summer. A lady in the group came up to me and said that the toilet was plugged. So I called Randy. I don't know who Randy called. Somebody came out and fixed it. Was it our contractors or was that staff?
That was staff. I was just heading out the door, so I went and took a look at it. And I remember when we got that call. So I got a call from Randy. So I went out and took a look to see, okay, well, because our guys, they head out at 3 o'clock. So I didn't want to have our guy travel
Back into town.
have a call in. So I took a look at it, and it was indeed, one of the toilets was constantly running. So I kind of
Jiggled it and it worked.
I'm just a dumb engineer. I'm not a plumber. So I couldn't figure it out. So I called and we did have staff come in and, they basically shut it off, closed off that stall. But I do remember that was a very busy time, and the restroom was in need of some cleaning.
Wednesday music, when we got hundreds of people in the park, I'm
yeah.
sure those restrooms are being used a lot. Anyway, it was a great job. It's a good response. I mean, I get hold of him. He takes care of stuff. It was great. Thank you, Roger. You have great staff. Okay, let's take it out to the public. Any public comment? Yes, sir. You're not public.
That's right. From experience. The question is, this $300 rate, does that include supplies? Because supplies can be very expensive, but I would hope that it would include supplies.
It does not. The city it includes some of the equipment. For example, they supply their own auto scrubber,
Right.
and they do have another piece of equipment that they use to clean the restrooms that makes it very efficient. But as far as the cleaning supplies and toiletries and paper and stuff like that, the city does supply
Still,
those.
but, those were pretty expensive, I remembered, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Anybody else? I don't see anybody on Zoom, so we'll bring it back to the council for last comments or a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the contract and award it to Extreme Clean for a price of $614,716,000, not to exceed over 2 years.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark absent. Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, item 6C, if you would bring that to our attention, please, Ms. Clerk.
Discussion and possible action regarding terms and conditions of the $450,000 grant to the San Ynez Valley Senior Advisory Council, DBA Solvang Senior Center.
Staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. This is Wendy Berry, Director of Administrative Services, and tonight we have the grant agreement before you for approval for the San Ynez Valley Senior Advisory Council. The Solvang Senior Center has provided service to the residents of Solvang and the greater San Ynez Valley for decades. The existing building has outlived its useful life and is in dire need of replacement. While the original construction estimate for the new and larger facility was $3.3 million, the center recently learned that their project is subject to prevailing rates rules, which will increase the cost almost $900,000. Although the city has contributed to operating funds of over $300,000 since 2021, to date we have not donated anything toward the building fund that has so far collected over $3.6 million in gifts and pledges from the community, including almost $600,000 from its own board and members of the fundraising steering committee. At the November 13th, 2023 City Council meeting, City Council unanimously directed staff to meet with the board and come up with options for distribution of the $450,000 that was being requested and bring back the contract for approval. Staff met with several members of the board and the executive director And we determined that one lump sum payment would be the best alternative for the $450,000. Staff is recommending the funds be distributed within 30 days after groundbreaking, which is estimated to be in July of 2024. The funds will come from Measure U, and currently the Measure U fund balance is $1.3 million. The alternatives is to decide on different terms and conditions, and as I stated, the $450,000 will be taken out of the Measure U fund. And do you have any questions?
Questions, anybody?
Just a question, because we are allocating funds from Measure U, but we still don't have a Measure U committee in place. Is that going to be an issue? Can we allocate those funds before we have the committee to advise on the use of funds?
A short answer to that is yes.
We can.
And you guys will decide in January for the Measure U committee. And if everything is on track, we'll be giving the money to the senior center in July of 2024. So providing all goes well. And
Let's come back to Measure U, because we went to the step of creating a resolution to form the committee for the purposes of getting public participation. And we're in the middle of that process now, right? We're executing to that public commitment of letting them participate and have a voice. Just a recommendation, doesn't mean they decide, and we can give the money away. But we're looking at a very incomplete process if we were to commit those dollars now. I'll just remind everybody that we were thinking that Measure U would cover us for the overage in the sheriff contract that none of us were happy about earlier this year, that we had to obligate to such a significant increase, and that there was still a variable unknown cost embedded in that sheriff contract that we committed to. So we still don't know what our obligation is there. And we were earmarking those Measure U funds, conceptually, that's how we would meet that obligation. So it concerns me that we would commit those dollars right now until we complete the process.
One of the reasons why is because we budgeted $1.2 million in Measure U funds, and we're halfway through the year, and we've exceeded that budgeted estimated amount already. So that was one of the reasons why.
By 100,000.
Yeah, so we still have.
And it's we'll see, we haven't seen even an accounting of those dollars. So we started counting in April, or does it match to the fiscal year for those
We started
dollars?
in April, but it goes through the fiscal year. So we received 570,000 April to June, if I remember correctly. And then the rest we've received this fiscal year.
Randy?
So just to help clarify the issue, the money, the main reason we determined that Measure U was the best source of money is because we're receiving it at a higher rate than we budgeted. So essentially, it's unallocated funds. It was not anticipated revenue, and so it has the least potential fiscal impact on the overall budget. We could have gone through and said, well, we can take a certain amount out of this fund and a certain amount, or a general fund, and kind of allocated it differently. But after speaking with the board and executive chair of the senior center, they were looking to do it in a different outlay. I know there was some discussion before about maybe doing it over 5 years, and different options. But after discussing it with them, and they're here to answer questions if you need them to, they were asking or looking to get money kind of broken up into 3 amounts, one at groundbreaking, one like shortly thereafter, and then the remaining toward the end of the project. So for purposes of staffing resources, In conversation with Wendy, we determined that it was better to do it in one lump sum versus, parsing it out and waiting until groundbreaking. That way we were sure it was being utilized for the project, as well as being able to, continue to receive interest on the money until it was needed by the project. That was a little insight as to how we arrived at this recommendation.
So can we take a step back really quick? Because what I recall from the conversation 2 weeks ago or whenever it was, we were only discussing multiple payments over time. And not a one lump sum payment. Even one lump sum payment as a grant using the Measure U budget, so it has no budget impact. We would be granting to a single entity more money than we gave this year in total grant funds, which I think was about $350,000. And in that process, there was a subcommittee that had established a process for us to go through. You guys have to remind me what you did in that whole grant exercise, which looked at many, many applicants, and I think we spread the money out across multiple applicants. Is that right?
Well, but wait a minute, because we agreed to pay the $450,000 across a time period.
Yeah.
So the amount has already been established.
Yes, no question. I don't think we're questioning that we will do it, it's how we do it, right? That's what we're deciding?
By doing it this way, it sits in the bank and making us money, interest off of it. And it's a single lump sum. It takes less staff time to handle all of this. So it is an opportunity to make it easier for us and for them, and it's the same amount of money, but it's in 1 year versus across multiple years. That's the only difference.
So.
And Measure U has the money to handle it.
And we're making money on it, you said? We
It's
get interest?
Yeah, it's in the bank.
So we don't grant them the money until July, but we get?
Something
Until
like
they
that.
break ground, yes.
Uh-huh.
Within 30 days after they break ground.
Oh, yeah, okay, so we haven't given the money, because we're just collecting interest on all
Right.
budget anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's, okay.
Nothing to this business.
Thought there was some.
And to the extent we didn't follow council's direction it was, the direction was, after reviewing the minutes, do it over, 5 years in $90,000 increments. I apologize. I misremembered apparently, that it was, that's one of the options, bring back a recommendation. So
Right.
I apologize for that misunderstanding.
What other grants have been given toward that $900,000 shortfall, if any?
I know they're doing some internal fundraising. They've reached out to all of their previous donors. I don't know if you want to answer, ask one of them to come up to the podium and
Somebody's
answer
here
that
that
question.
can answer that. And what was requested, what was given, what was denied, things like that?
Tom Olmsted and Kathleen Campbell, when we discovered, unfortunately, that we needed another $900,000, the first step was we asked the Senior Center Board and the Capital Campaign Committee to come up with a number, and they kicked in $100,000. And we sent that out to all of our members as a challenge, and to date, I think that we have they've brought in $62,000?
$69,000. What? $66,000 as of tonight.
The money comes in every day. So that's one thing. We have a plan to go back to our major funders and ask them for another contribution. So if they gave us money over 3 periods, we would ask them for another period. And we think that'll get us significantly in that direction. And we're also working with the county on a block grant.
Did Montecito Bank withdraw their offer to you to consider a multi-year grant from the city as collateral? And they would then loan you
Elizabeth, I'm
the total?
sure that they would allow it as collateral. But since David asked the question a month ago, I checked with Monica at the bank, and the cost of the funds, if we were to borrow today, would be 8.5%. And if the city is only earning 3-4% on the money, I think that what we're saying to you is whether you grant it in one lump sum, which for simplicity and a lot of reasons makes a lot of sense, or whether you grant it over a couple of years, what you want to do is limit the overall cost of the project. And the longer the city strings out the payment, the more expensive it will be, because we'll be able to use your pledge as collateral, but it will cost us, hopefully interest rates will be down, but they're not going to be back to 3%. So the money will be expensive. The other thing is that the CBDG grant is a reimbursement grant. So we'll be paying interest on the money, potentially, before we would get the funds from the county. So it just isn't a very mathematically smart approach, I would suggest.
Reimbursement meaning you have to spend the money and then they pay you.
Right.
I'm sorry, Tom, you were interrupted as to the grant.
No, those are the things that we're doing.
No, the county, you said you had a county application in.
We're working on it. We have a grant team that's working on it. It just actually opened up a couple of weeks ago, and the application is due in the middle of January.
And that's for how much? Your application?
We're working on those numbers. We have been given some suggested numbers to ask for, and that would be in the range of potentially $600,000. But one of the things that you have to do is you have to do a staff training to even be able to apply for this grant. And there were 12 potential applicants who attended the meeting. So we're being realistic about whether or not we would be granted that large an amount. So we're working on all of the avenues of fundraising.
And the grant is very competitive.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Okay, but that makes me ask this question, Kathleen. Can we, with 450, is that enough? And you're 66. We haven't closed the 900,000 gap. Will you greenlight the project? Will you get to where?
Absolutely.
Even without the grant?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Without the county grant? Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. That communication that we're having with our previous donors will help us to meet those obligations. They're looking at what is possible, what the city has granted, and what the county may grant. But we're working on that. Yes.
So I have one more question for the staff. At some point, historically, the city funded some operational monies to the center. How was that managed, and from what budget did that come?
That came from the general fund budget, and every year they apply through the grant funding program.
So it was still a grant?
Yes.
Okay. And how long ago was that? We haven't done another grant for senior center?
We do it once a year.
Okay.
There was a one-time
Process, they weren't.
There was a one-time transition grant for us when we do relocate to, in addition to the use of the Vets Hall. There was a $60,000 grant to help us defray the costs that it would take to relocate and to set up temporary offices for Ellen and the operation. Because we have to leave the Vets Center at the end of every day.
That's what I didn't remember. I didn't remember the amount. Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Wendy, did you inquire, I guess one of my things, and I don't mean to be, how should I say?
Picky?
No, obtuse about it. We talked also about underwriting for a loan opportunity. Gives them more time to do their fundraising and things of that nature. Because we still have expenses of sheriffs and roads, parks, all these other endeavors that people understand from a tax perspective. This is a tougher pill to swallow for many taxpayers. What, had you inquired about that at all from our last conversations, about just underwriting it with a loan?
No,
As
just
a-
due to the interest rate and how expensive it is. So we didn't even,
Yeah, I think you misunderstand. I'm saying, what if the city was a lender, underwrote the $450,000 with the promise to repay at their schedule and at a nominal interest rate?
we didn't really discuss that because we kind of went into, just due to like overseeing that and it would just be easier to just give them a one lump sum payment.
Yes, I understand how it's easier. Don't get me wrong, I understand that aspect. I'm looking at it from public funds, and I'm looking at it as an opportunity to underwrite their, you know, this $900,000 issue really is landing in our lap under no fault of ours, and we want to be partners and help, okay? I'm not sure we want to foot the whole bill as taxpayers. So if we were to do something other than just a grant, would a loan work in that scenario or meet their objectives as well?
Ron, do you want to try that?
I was just going to say that, you know, that was an idea that I had as well, and actually we did introduce the conversation with the senior center. Number one, I'm not sure of the legality of that. I think that's more of and we didn't really explore it with Dave, but we'd also be, because we are the lender, what if they defaulted? I mean, you have to take those things into consideration. I don't think they will, but again, we'd be put in that awkward position of, how do you foreclose on a building that's on county property? I mean, there's just the complications. I thought, when my head started spinning, I said, it's easier to go this route.
I'm more inclined to make grants of $90,000 a year
Right.
than $450,000, okay? So if there was a default or if there was a hardship situation, would I can make that year's annual payment a grant? Probably, but it wouldn't be my first choice.
Right.
Dave, the loan idea, while it probably would be significantly less than 8%, the 8.5%, you're still putting debt in the senior centers on their books.
Yeah.
And that even in the scenario where we were granting the money over multiple years and Montecito Bank, we were still giving them the money. They weren't carrying debt. They were paying interest on a loan, but not debt. So it's a very different accounting, what you're suggesting. And I don't know that we want to do that to senior center necessarily, that you're not for profit. So I don't know where they generate revenue to pay off debt.
Right, well, the fundraising gives them.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Kathleen.
Well, first of all, we have a lease with the County of Santa Barbara for the land that says we cannot encumber the land or the building with debt. So that's the terms.
Collateralize it with debt.
You can't encumber it, you can't.
You can't, the lease says we cannot encumber
Understand.
the land. So I don't know whether counsel for Solvang and counsel for the county could find something different. But I know that has not, to my knowledge, ever been done on any county property in Santa Barbara County that has had construction. Okay?
Yeah.
So,
It doesn't have to be collateralized, I'm saying.
well, but we have to,
Promissory note.
we have to prove that we have the funds to build the building. And whether they will say that a promissory note is debt, that qualifies, I don't know, David. I don't know.
Okay, We've been discussing this back and forth with the audience, but is there anybody else in the audience that would like to comment on this subject?
Can I say, man, until after y'all vote?
Yeah, but then, I won't say that, never mind. And I don't see anybody on Zoom that has their hand up that wants to talk. So let's bring it back. We're being asked to approve a $450,000 grant, one time, that would be utilized at the start of construction, so in a few months, coming from the Measure U funds, where we do have the money. So, at this point in time, more comments?
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about the Measure U committee and the things that we discussed that, but I'm sure we have the authority to do so. I'm just wondering what precedent we're setting with other nonprofits, with the Measure U committee. I think that, I guess, you know, I would, as much as I love to have the senior center successful, I don't want the next nonprofit to come knocking on my door for additional funds for that great, you know.
Okay, so
fight
do
that
we,
all the
do we
time.
have, do we have to make a decision tonight? Or if the money is if it needs to be availed in July, why can't we put the Measure U team in place, committee in place? And we at least put some procedural participation with the public.
Well, part of that, help me, folks, they can't go to construction if they don't have the money. And
So you
even
need-
if they don't need it until they break ground, it has to be available.
It has to be earmarked. What is the date that that requirement needs to be met?
I'm Alan Hitt. I'm the co-chair of the committee. Our lease is very detailed with the county, which specifies items that we must submit to the county. Has to go to the Board of Supervisors for final approval. One of the big ones is verification of funds. There's no collateralizing of the property, as Kathy said. The only way we can borrow money is through pledges with Bank of Montecito, who is a private bank, and they've agreed to allow us to pledge, fund us with pledges that we have. And as a nonprofit, we have no income other than grants, so we really do not want any debt. And it's incumbent on the committee and the board to strengthen the center where it can go forward and have no debt so that we can do our programs. So does that answer your question?
When do you need verification of funding? What is the drop dead date for that?
We're in process with the city for the permit. We are turning in hopefully the last of the plan check items tomorrow, and then it will be with the city's vendors to provide the permit. They may come back with some issues, but I think that it's going to be resolved. We're hoping in the next 30 to 45 days with a permit. The permit and other items go then to the county, real property, and they then submit it through their chain and recommend approval to the Board of Supervisors. We have to get on their agenda, and it takes a month or two to get on their agenda. We cannot break ground until we have approval, so we're shooting for June. It could be, I mean, this is an ebb and flow process because construction is, there are many unknowns. So when we leave here, then we go with the county, and, you know, we're unsure what's going to happen down there, but we've crossed all of our Ts and dotted the Is, so we feel we're in good shape. So to answer your question, I would hope in June or July.
But you need to have the approval before then.
Yeah. Plus, we have to have funds. We have to have verification of funds.
That's what I was looking.
Yes, that was.
Well, they're submitting it here in 30 to 45 days. That's when they need to have proof of the funds?
We have to send a letter, our documentation to the county, and that includes verification of funds. We do not have our total funds yet, but we're actively pursuing that, and does that
Well,
answer?
we can. Randy?
As I pointed out during the city manager comments, currently there's not anticipated to be another council meeting until January 22nd. So not
Putting it off.
taking an action on this tonight, whether you do it as a lump sum or spread it out over the 5 years as was originally recommended, will delay the process until the next council meeting.
I'm just unclear exactly when they need verification versus when they need funding money. July.
We
It
don't
it
have to
confuses
have
me.
the funding money. We have to have the commitment,
The pledge.
the pledge.
Okay.
We don't have to have the funding money. We have to have the pledge from not only the city, if we get the CDBG grant, thank you, alphabet soup grant, as well as the other funds that will prove up that we have the $5 million to build the building.
Got it.
So we need a commitment
And the
that we can
commitment needs to
report
come
on
in
the
the
books.
form of a actual grant, or can it truly come in a form of a pledge?
You can
And
sign a
then we
pledge.
can determine where we take the money from
Yeah, that is, a
in
pledge is fine.
February.
You know, the city issues a pledge, we're accepting pledges from all of your neighbors. So I think that the city would probably be good for a written pledge too. Yes, to answer your question, we would. So,
Frank, he's dying to talk. The man's been waving his hand at me for
Thank you very much. Frank Smithson, I live in the Village
the
Collective.
village people.
The rules of the committee, or whatever it is, it states in the rules that the committee has no guidelines on the spending of the money, none at all. When the committee meets, they're not going to say, we want to use it for this. They're just to make sure, as an advisory, that the money's being spent the way you all said you would spend it. Okay, there's nothing there that says that the advisory board has any control over the funds at all. So they don't have to tell you, yes, that you're using them for the right thing at all. Okay, and the main thing, like I said the last time, over a year ago, when we had the heated discussion, I was firmly against Measure U. Now, the way it's being used, I'm firmly behind it now. enough that I did fill out the application. I'm one of your 5.
Oh, good.
Okay? So I figured if I'm going to talk about it, I'm going to be a part of it. So the main thing I wanted to do is just, mainly I didn't want to say it till after you all voted, because I wanted to thank you all so much.
I'll just say that we've earmarked so much of the Measure U money that by the time the committee gets it, it'll look like Evander Holyfield or something, you know, so.
I am nervous about that because I think.
Well, but if you take a look at what we did when we proposed Measure U in the first place, and we looked at the forecast amount of money, if we gave them the $450,000 now, we would not violate that forecast we had for the Measure U income.
I'm genuinely more concerned with a ballot measure that had a public participation, and we are not really, you're just putting public trust at risk if we don't follow through.
Okay, but in another way to review that, the Senior Center is an organization that is actively funded by members of our community, not only people that use the services, but also people that live in the community. So if we're looking for feedback on whether this is a project that the community wants to fund or not, we can see that feedback through the commitment of members of our community already pledging for the project. I am concerned that, yes, we are allocating funds from Measure U before we establish a committee that, advises or oversees, how these funds are spent. But ultimately, this is a pressing matter. The longer that it takes to fund this project, the longer that it's gonna take to get it done. And I am confident that, most of the community would be supportive of the city funding this project because they've already helped themselves fund this project. Let's not forget that about 30 to 35% of our community are seniors. This is a sizable amount of our population that would benefit from this project. And, we are not funding salaries. We are not funding programs that are hard to measure. We're funding infrastructure that is staying in Solvang. So I am confident that this is, worth pursuing. And again, I think staff did an excellent job on allocating funds that are available that, do not throw our budget out of balance.
And we didn't have anybody even sign up for Measure U the first time we asked. So
It took a while to get 5 applications, yes.
Yeah,
But they met the deadline.
Well, we do,
He
we
was
do
at
have
the
5.
bar and going, hey, guys. Okay,
You can always approve the agreement with the 450, and then we can decide where it comes after we establish the Measure U committee. And
oh,
Yeah, that's like a pledge, right? That's the option that we would determine when the committee's in place.
where it goes.
Yeah, where we draw from.
I think, okay,
Because we're not going to spend it for a while, actually.
yeah, it's going to be a while, so there, yes. I think that's a
And it might
great
not even be,
suggestion.
it might not even be July when they go hit the groundbreaking. I mean,
I know.
Well,
They're old, they take a while.
Genuinely, that's true for a number of things that we know
I know, I'm older
we're
than all
obligated
of
to
them.
pay, but we haven't figured out where it's coming from, like share of contract. So
what I know.
that, yeah, I'm comfortable with that if we, treat it as a pledge and we're approving the $450,000 commitment, and continue to work on confirming which budget and which process we follow for that allocation.
Can I hear that as a motion?
I think I just did it.
Okay, she just moved.
hang on, before you make the
Uh-oh.
motion, we do have a change with the
Uh-oh.
agreement and the payment schedule. It needs to say within 30 days after groundbreaking. Currently, it just says in one lump sum at groundbreaking, but it's within 30 days after groundbreaking.
We
like it
wanted to
says.
avoid having to hand them a check while they
Yeah.
had shovels in their hand.
Right.
So it would be shortly after groundbreaking, but within 30 days.
That's fine.
Okay, so the motion needs to be, we'll
Amendment- with that
accept it with that amendment?
Yes.
We're going to get a lawyer's
Okay.
position here
So
in a second.
just to clarify, the subsection 2B of the grant funds agreement would be revised to state, city shall fund grantee with grant funds in one lump sum within 30 days after groundbreaking of the new Solvang Senior Center. It's to make it consistent with the recitals of the agreement.
Okay. So that motion with that amendment, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
sorry. Councilmember Clark absent. Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, at this point, council, we need to have a motion to continue this meeting past 9:30. I will move that we continue this meeting past 9:30. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
I'm sorry, who was the first on that, please?
Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes. Here.
Thank you all very much.
No.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Microphone.
I did.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Oh, yes.
Motion passes 3-1.
Moving right along then. Item 6D, If you'd introduce that to us, please, Ms. Clerk.
Discussion and possible action to approve the marketing coordinator job description and salary range.
Okay, so a little bit of history. On February 14th, 2022, the Tourism Advisory Committee recommended to hire a full-time marketing director. On March 14th, 2022, council directed staff to return a plan to implement the TAC's recommendation to hire an in-house marketing coordinator director. The marketing and events manager position was range 129 and was approved in the 22-23 budget. And on June 27, 2022, it was put on the unrepresented salary range title as a marketing and events manager with a salary from $6,389 to $7,989 per month. After the resignation of the former marketing manager, this position was temporarily unfilled, and then in March, we filled it with an in-house employee. With all the changes in the marketing department and evaluating the needs, staff recommended this position become a marketing coordinator position because it will better suit the city's needs. This position will be a full-time represented position with benefits at a salary range of $122 for $33.62 per hour to step 5, $42.02 per hour, which is $5,827.46 per month, and up to $7,283.46 per month. Attached is the marketing job description with the represented salary range for discussion.
Comments, questions for the staff report?
Does the job description calls it a represented position, Wendy? What does that mean exactly?
That it'll be a union represented position because it's not a manager department head position.
Got it. But do they get all the retirement benefits? and
Yes,
all
they would get the
benefits
same.
that were
Yeah,
negotiated
it's the same
earlier? Yeah,
benefits.
yeah.
Yes.
It also says in here, which you never mentioned, that it says marketing coordinator, marketing and events coordinator.
Yes.
You didn't say that.
I didn't.
No.
Oh. Okay, it's a marketing and events coordinator.
It's after 9:30, you'll have to.
And they will, and they will handle the special events and the local special events.
Any other questions?
Are we
Audience?
committing to the actual hire or just the job description?
The actual
Well,
job
this is
description
the
to
job
go out.
description, and then we'll post it as
Yes.
a public
Okay, so we're
position.
going to
So
go
we're
we'll go through the-
required- Yeah.
Sorry, we'll go through the hiring process.
Yeah, good. Okay. I think clearly we need it. The staff's kind of indicating they're overwhelmed. We opened this position earlier this year with a different job description, and we got about 30 applicants.
Yes.
How different is this job description? I know it's now reporting into a director, but in the actual description, how different is it from what we originally posted? And
We took the marketing events manager position and then searched events, marketing and events coordinator positions, and we merged them. So there's a lot of the same duties, but it just won't have the oversight of the managerial portion of it.
So is it fair to say the job got bigger? Did we take anything away from the original posting?
We took away the
Other than the managerial
the
status?
the management part. They will still oversee the TGA and Stiletto, and then do the Yule Fest. So there's not a lot of difference, but they won't be sitting in department head meetings, and they'll be assisting with the budget. They won't be doing the budget, and they'll also be assisting with the Park and Recs department and doing some of the the, like the local events with recreation.
We also changed the education from required to preferred, but not required, to allow some flexibility there as well.
Here's a question. Do they approve expenditures from our marketing contractors, or is
So
that?
that's still going to go through me and/or the Park and Rec director.
Okay, so they will be assisting with
Right.
budgeting and stuff, but it's not up to them to approve it.
From a hierarchy, who do they report to?
The Park and Rec Director or Randy.
Yay.
Or, and what's the division of time approximately between marketing and events?
What do you mean time?
I mean, is it 40% for marketing and 60% of their time is going to be events, or is there a distinction?
It would depend on what events will be permitted, like the applicants that we get, but there'll be definitely Yule Fest and 4th of July. The two, so the Yule
So
Fest
it's
and
the time's divided as needed is what you're.
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
You want to make any comments? Ladies? No? Okay, so we'll bring it back. We're looking for a motion to approve this position and hiring.
I love the fact that we're going to hire, because I think we should be doing this. I'm concerned with two things. I'm concerned that the job is still a huge job. It's got really big responsibilities, just overseeing our 3 contractors now, and ultimately being responsible for Solvang brand, all events, all social media oversight, interface with partners, which includes, not to be understated, interface with Visit SYV and with the Chamber and all the businesses. It's just a significant role that it concerns me. It's being blended with in the rest of our organization that is focused on providing services for our residents, not destination marketing, which is driving visitors and businesses solving. They're really distinctly different sets of objectives. So organizationally, it made more sense to me that it was standalone and laterally moving anywhere inside the organization within the city and with our internal and external partners. So it just seems forced, and this is a role that is generating revenue, and within Parks and Recreation, it's a role. It's an organization that's providing services. They're really different. That's my comment.
Randy?
A couple of things I wanted to point out, Mr. Mayor. You're not approving the hiring because it's already, the position, we're basically underfilling the budgeted position. It was budgeted as a marketing manager, so what we're asking you to do is approve the job description as presented and the salary range.
Thank you.
To address the issues that were raised by, I guess you're still currently the Mayor Pro Tem. I would like to point out that the hierarchy that we had previously established failed. I'm talking about before I was hired. And I think the evidence points to what we've been doing is working. I don't know if you've been downtown the last few weekends. We are packed.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing from everybody involved, we've got more visitors now than we've had. Obviously, COVID affected the last few years, but if you go pre-COVID, what I'm hearing is we're seeing more people. Again, I don't know if it's translating to heads and beds, but as far as daily visitors, we're seeing a lot. And I have to believe that's through the efforts that were currently being done by the marketing team we have established. And this is the arrangement that currently is being used and by all accounts is working. So I understand the concerns. This is not the end game. This is where we're at now as the time progresses and we hire the person to fill this position, I'm confident we will continue to breed more success.
I think what I'm concerned about is the caliber of applicants you're going to receive now. It's a very unusual place for a marketing person who speaks, some of the requirements that you have in here is to speak the language, oversee major contractors, define events, partnering. True marketeer doesn't report in that structure.
I think it's kind of like an omnibudsman person who is going to be a utility player for Parks and Recreation and help with the marketing. So I don't think it's that difficult to find that person, I don't think. But I think that having somebody ambidextrous this way would work out well and solve the needs without having two part-time people doing the same thing.
Yeah, I just think you're not establishing a world-class destination marketing structure. I'll leave it as that.
Okay, and I will say we tried hiring somebody that would do the whole thing, even marketing and events managing and everything, and it proved very difficult to rein in. They were not. They did not live in town. It was hard to get a hold of them. A lot of what they did was event management, and a lot of events producers would come back and say, hey, nobody's getting back to me. So I can understand that you're saying that this is a very important position, but on the other hand, these are all responsibilities that have been taken over by staff that we currently have. So really, what is happening is that we're delegating all of these tasks to one particular person on staff, right, that is yet to be hired. So seeing as we've been working so far with our current staff overseeing the different players that do our marketing, I think I'm confident that we can try these out. Because in the past, having somebody that does not work under the city, it was kind of hard to keep him accountable. Sure, they could come and say, hey, you gave us $300,000 and this is what we did with it. And we go like, well, we're not sure about that. And we still had to come up with a paycheck. And this way, you have Jenny and Randy and can help them, can help us keep them accountable.
There's no question the oversight is significantly different than where we were at the beginning of the year. But we didn't have a marketing manager for more than, 3 or 4 months? And that was when we hired the wrong agency. Let's just remember the context. When we say that marketing manager didn't work out, there was the wrong choice on the agency. There was an interim city manager and a huge transition in between. I think there was a period of time where there was no manager for the marketing manager. There was no oversight. So they're, sort of just saying that the role didn't work with all the conditions, and the TAC wasn't even in place at the time. There was huge transition. There was even a council transition. So all of those conditions, they weren't the right cocktail for success anyway, unless you had a really strong player in the role. But maybe we try again after we, see how this works.
Okay, so we don't have any public opinion, apparently.
Is there anybody on Zoom anymore?
Nobody. Well, it's a couple of people on there, but nobody's raised their hand.
Nobody online.
So we will go back to, we need a motion to approve this system description and salary. I'll move, we approve this position description and salary. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have the next item, 6F. If you would introduce that to us, please.
How about 6E?
6E.
Did I miss one?
Yep.
Echo.
Oh,
That was
man.
D. And then
I'm
David.
trying to get us out of here.
You're just in a hurry to get home.
6E, please, sorry.
Discussion and possible action to approve a joint grant management agreement between the San Ynez Band of Mission Indians, the County of Santa Barbara, City of Solvang, and City of Buellton for a joint submission for the Caltrans 2024-25 Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant in the amount not to exceed $10,000 for the term December 11, 2023 through end date of the grant if awarded, and authorize the mayor to execute on behalf of the city.
Staff report, please.
Yeah, so quickly, since it's getting late, there's obviously been a concerted effort to complete the trail, the San Ynez River Trail. There is currently, the Chumash is working with M&S Engineering to do some of the preliminary stuff and get the grant application going. There was a request by Supervisor Hartman to share the cost among the 4 entities that will most benefit from this trail, which is the county, the city of Buellton, the San Ynez Band of Mission Indians, and the city of Solvang. The proposal from M&S Engineering is just a little bit under $40,000 to do this preliminary work and then assist with the grant application. And so that would be a little bit less than $10,000 per agency. So this is a request to authorize the mayor to sign that and to move through, expend the $10,000. And that I have, and there, we provided a copy of a map of kind of the proposed route, I understand, and talking with Mayor Pro Tem Marona. It's actually an older version of the map, but that's the one that I was given today. There's a meeting with the SBCAG and CTC to look at this, looking for CTC funding. So that's where that map came from. So it may not be quite the currently discussed route, but again, that's the in-between Buellton and the existing trail are still to be determined. But with that, I'm available to answer questions.
Does this require any easements or anything along this route?
This does not yet. This is simply funding the amount to provide the preliminary engineering and the grant application. We're nowhere near that process yet.
So this suggests that there's a huge amount of local support, but I can tell if this is the map we're pursuing and the engineering is going anywhere near the river, there's no local support for that. So is there a scope defined for that assessment?
That's on the other side of the river from us. And that is, the map doesn't show that appropriately.
Which other side of the river do you mean?
It's on the wastewater treatment plant side of the river. That's what it's going around, that's a little box.
And it
down
comes
there.
over the bridge on Alisal.
Okay, everything is on that side of the river. When this was proposed, who was that?
Who's Claudia?
That's why she voted no.
Oh, that was Claudia, I didn't see her leave. When this was proposed, this has been proposed several different times that I'm aware of. When it's on the north side of the river, the city side, if you will, we ran into problems with property owners that said no. We ran into 100-year flood areas, and we ran into the fact that there are streams that come down that feed the San Ynez River, so there was going to have to be bridges. At that time, we're talking 3 years ago, to my knowledge, it was a $12 million process just to get it to Alisal Road. Okay, and then what you're seeing going from Alisal up is going to go, that's where we're going to run into a whole bunch of issues, because that's going right through Lot C. And I think it's going through Lot 72, sorry, Lot C. It's stuck in my head.
As if that wasn't complicated enough already.
I know. And then it matches the bicycle path that's up in the red that you see up there that goes up there. That's already in existence. They want to improve it.
So we're just questioning this.
So Buellton has already agreed to their portion of it that you see there, and it gets down where we run into a problem is right after the wastewater treatment plant is the Alisol Fields there. And CJ has a very big concern with leaving that open. So one of the things that we need to do, or the engineer needs to do, is decide how to fence that to keep anybody out of the Alisol property, because that's where they raise their wheat and rye that they feed their animals. I don't think they sell that. I think it's all internal use, but somebody said for profit, anyway. But, and then, I don't know what it's gonna take to get up the city. So that's the plan. It is, I understand that the owner of the property that is to the west of the wastewater treatment plant has given their permission to go through the property with that path. No, down at the bottom, right there, yeah. Just move your finger to the left a little bit, they're right there. That property there, that owner, it's not the same as the other side. It's a separate owner. As a matter of fact, Randy, Dave King, Scott Wolf, Hartman, and myself, and I'm not sure who else will be there. Megan will be there, I'm sure.
Next
are going
Monday,
to have
yeah.
a meeting on this subject.
Monday next week, yeah.
Yeah. To see about what everybody thinks about it. But this is something Joan has been working on for a long time. It's a bicycle path. She would like it to be a horse path.
And a footpath.
Yeah, so everything, and it's a neat idea. It has some issues, and that's what this engineering study needs to say.
Well, we'll start, this is really about the grant to do more work and study, yes.
Right. Now, my biggest objection to this is I want to make sure that we don't give them $10,000 and nobody else does. That we
County's already committed to it. They met in their meeting earlier this week, and they approved the 10,000. Buellton is going on Thursday. I think their meeting's Thursday this week, and it's on their agenda. The Chumash, as I understand, has already agreed to their portion as well.
Okay. So we're saying, is it a not to exceed?
Not to exceed $10,000. 1/4 of the 40,000-ish money that they have a proposal from M&S Engineers.
The really nice thing about this is that we could have people that stay in Buellton get on their bicycles and ride to Solvang and spend money.
Or ride their horse, but yeah.
Well, I don't think
Well,
tourists
why wouldn't
are
you
gonna
want
bring
them
their
to stay in
horses.
Solvang and shop in Solvang?
They could, well, you've got both. Not everybody stays in Solvang. And those that stay in Solvang might want to ride their bicycles to Buellton. I don't know.
Go for some split pea soup.
That place is, anyway. But this is an interesting path. When this came up on the other side of the river, it was going to go by Fjord Road, and boy, if you want to see a bunch of residents get their panties in a bunch, you should have heard the people at the trailer park, because they did not want Fjord Road.
Well, those are my constituents. There's no way I can support this. No way. They don't want it. It's not going to happen.
Even that?
No. No, because it's going to go straight, looks like it's going straight down Fjord.
No, it's not. It's on the other side of the river from Fjord.
Okay, and it's going to come across the bridge,
It's going to come across the bridge.
up Alisal,
Go up
and
the
then,
side of Alisal, and then go through Lot 72, and so on and so forth, if it can all be done.
okay, so, and then the assessment is bike riders on that bridge, because,
And then it connects with the path that goes up to the high school.
yeah, on the bridge, or are we building something new?
It's got to be on the bridge.
Oh,
But I think the bridge is,
extremely dangerous, so dangerous, really.
That's what we're going to find out. I think it's a great recreational opportunity, and we have a pretty good presence of cyclists in this.
We do.
community.
Yeah, I thought we were going to look at bringing it back through here and, avoiding the high-speed part of 246, but bringing them back into Solvang near Hans Christian Andersen Park.
okay,
That was up for consideration if we could get property owners on board.
Yeah.
I don't believe this is the final
What's
route. This is just one of the one that's the most recent, and that's what, again, SBCAG and a meeting with CTC later this week, we're going to be discussing. The item before you tonight is simply to agree to pay 1/4 of the cost for the engineer to do the additional study, and ultimately, to get the grant to determine the final route. We're far from that.
We're far from it, because my concern about this is how do you block it off and keep the motorcycles or other vehicles off of it? How do you allow police to get down to the middle of it if there's a problem? How do you get emergency vehicles if there's a medical emergency? How do you get, there's a whole.
Having lived in Chico, they put, the path will likely be wide enough for a vehicle, but they put obstructions, things like bollards or very large, well, it'd be bollards that would be removable by emergency vehicles to get down the path.
That's the way, now we're talking about, an ambulance takes a 12-foot
Right.
wide minimum to be able to function.
If you're going to do horses and bicycles, you're going to need a 12-foot minimum.
Yeah, if you put a horse on that path, then the ambulance can't get by.
Well, the horse could stop.
But you can't get around the horse. He's taking up too much room.
That's why we hire engineers to figure those things out.
Okay.
But will the engineer, so what's the scope? Is it really just in the river, or are they looking at other alternatives? Will that be part of the scope?
It's called the San Ynez River Path. I don't know that it will all be along the river. I mean, there'll be portions of it that deviate.
I'll go back 3 years or 4 years. It used to be planned to go right down 246.
Yeah. Right.
They were talking about, and then Caltrans got in the middle of that and basically said, because that's all Caltrans property, and they have to have the permission, and they won't do it. And they'll even give you the incident reports of how many bicyclists have been hit on 246, right between Buellton and Solvang.
So how did they justify that? I mean, literally, the San Ynez.
That's already there.
That's a separate.
I know, but is it easement that they require? Or as opposed to on the actual highway? Because, what does it mean to be on the 246? Does it mean
Well,
8 feet away from the road?
the problem is 8 feet away from the road. If you go in the middle, is all those trees. So you can't.
Yeah, from here.
Oh, no, yeah, to go, well, okay, to go up that way, the problem you have there is the gravel yard. And the guy that owns that said, hell no. So you're not going to get the permission to connect up through there to get into where Nielsen's lumber is and that kind of stuff. He said no. And I won't tell you about the environmental issue that hasn't been resolved there, but that's another story.
Yeah, we can't get a well in here without all kinds of conditions. How do we get a bike trail through here?
Well, the bicycle path's on the other side of the river from the well.
Well, what I'm saying is it's the same environmental pushback.
But it's property owner pushback that we're getting right now, not environmental. Anyway, this has been discussed for a long time. I think the idea of giving them money to evaluate it and do an engineering study is probably valid. I have a ton of concerns about this. I think the village people will scream and yell. I think I don't know. There's a lot of
Well,
stuff.
the path is going to go right by the YMCA, talking
I
about
know.
the village people, so.
Then they wouldn't care. Actually, it leads right to the YMCA.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Okay. So we don't have anybody on Zoom that cares.
I think they're all asleep.
Yeah, probably. Dennis Beebe's still there, apparently. The issue here is, do we want to approve a not to exceed $10,000 commitment to an engineering study for a bicycle path from Buellton to
154, I
San
believe it
Ynez,
goes, the plan is to go all the way out to 154, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember what was going there.
I know it's
Is that
past,
right?
it's past the tribe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to cross Refugio somehow. That would be tough.
Again,
These are a lot of
our
questions.
task isn't to
No, you're
engineer
right.
this tonight.
Yeah, these are a lot of questions that we can't answer if we don't approve the $10,000 to see it. Yeah, and
Okay.
honestly, anything that gets less cars on the road.
Do I have a motion to approve the not to exceed $10,000?
I'll make a motion to approve that.
Do I have a second to that?
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem, or excuse me, Mayor Infante.
I wish we
Got demoted.
Got demoted. Yes.
Motion passes 3-1.
Okay, so now we're at 6F. Madam Clerk, if you'd read that into the record, please.
Discussion and possible action to approve a contract with Canon Corporation for assistance related to the development of a climate change adaptation plan and the update of the wastewater treatment plant WWTP operations manual in the amount not to exceed $113,768 for the term December 11, 2023 through December 31, 2024, and authorize the mayor to execute on behalf of the city.
Staff report.
So, as we've talked about in previous meetings, the wastewater treatment plant upgrade process, we keep getting direction from state to do additional studies. One more thing, that's not clear, so we need more information. It's been determined that two things we are currently lacking to help that project move forward are a climate change adaptation plan and an update to the wastewater treatment plant operation manual. Canon gave us an estimate. Our other engineering firm gave us a proposal. Canon was considerably less expensive for these two things that the state is requiring. So the long and short of it is, the combined amount of the two estimates is $113,768. I very easily could have split these things up and done it under my authority, but I thought it was important for council to recognize and be aware of this latest development and our attempts to keep the wastewater treatment plant upgrade project moving forward. So we're combining them in one contract and asking for approval. And I'm available to answer any questions.
Randy, this is yet another additional requirement.
Yes.
God bless you.
When does it end? I don't know.
Did I say that with my eyes?
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem is it just keeps going.
Is this in the budget?
Well, we
I mean,
didn't
do we have
budget
room in the budget? I should
specifically for
say,
these
we don't
things.
have it budgeted, but do we have
Yeah,
room?
there are funds available, yeah. And the assumption it will be done before the end of the fiscal year. But, no, I think the contract actually gives them till the end of the calendar year in case there's any delays.
Randy, it says that we're already in default of having these documents.
The one is past due, the adaptation plan, well, one of them is past due. I think the adaptation plan was past due, and the other one is due in June, so we'll be on time if we get this up for one of them.
We approved some sort of adaptation plan before where we had to, we hired the consultants to write out a intent. This is different, is that right?
Yeah, this is a different.
Okay.
We haven't done this study yet.
Okay,
At least as far as they know.
Since once again, we have no public comment, let's bring it back to the council and ask for a motion to approve the Canon Corporation.
I'll make a motion to approve the Canon contract for not to exceed $113,768,000.
I'll second it.
Roll call.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark absent, Councilmember Claudia Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are to the AB 1234. If you have any comments on that, I'll be glad to hear them.
Yeah, I have to just acknowledge that I attended the San Ynez Valley Association of Realtors installation luncheon this last week. It's a nice event. It was really nice.
Anybody else? Yes, sir. Randy?
Want to acknowledge this is Mr. Fleischman's last official meeting as our acting city attorney, and would like to thank him for his services.
Thank you, Dave.
That's great.
Here, here.
We should have a cake.
Thank
Wanted
you,
to,
council. For those in the public who may not have heard, Chelsea O'Sullivan will be taking over the role as city attorney as of January 1st. I'm not going anywhere. I'm continuing to practice. It's just we're doing some additional work and putting me on some more specialized issues. I'm also pivoting my practice a little bit into employment investigations, which I've been doing for some time now. So we've been in this process. You all know Chelsea. She's fantastic. She's going to do a great job for you. And we appreciate the continued confidence that the council has put in our firm. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Dave.
Really glad to see that we got you back after that little debacle with another so-called attorney.
So I want to let you know that I attended a holiday party at Vandenberg Space Force Base.
Well, that's right.
By-
Forgot about that.
And I even saw our mayor there and a few other mayors. There was a few generals, a lot of colonels. I didn't see Colonel Sanders, but I saw him.
It was a Christmas dinner at the general's house. It was charming. I guess I should have mentioned that in the AB 1234 report. It was neat. And one of the neat things that came out of it, one of the colonels there, with some Italian last name, I forget, it has a friend who does low-income housing. So he has put me in touch with this gentleman. I told him we're too busy until after the first of the year, but we're going to talk. And he builds low-income housing under deed restrictions, so it can't be changed and everything else. And the colonel was it's had a lot to say about that. So we have some possibilities of people that can come in here and build us some low-income rental units. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And I just want to thank you, Dave, for everything that you did for the city. I'm very grateful that you came back. The institutional knowledge that you have was invaluable during that transitionary time. And I just want to say that I really appreciate the way that you approach the council. You are. It's so incredible to, when we ask you questions and the way that, you answer them in your capacity as to, what our choices are without, making us lean one way or the other. But it's very, that's very empowering as a council person and also very helpful when it comes to making decisions. I'm very much looking forward to working with Chelsea, but I'm also going to miss you. Thank you so much for all of your help and your hard work.
I think the one thing we have to say about Dave is he keeps us from stepping on our toes. Well, me
Yeah.
in particular. You forgot the, yes.
And we've all seen what poor counseling can do.
Thank you, Dave. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Really, really great help on decision-making.
Very much appreciated. I want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas.
Yes, we don't get to see each other until, at least in this venture, until January something.
Yeah.
22nd?
Happy New Year.
See you next year.
So, yeah.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Oh, we are adjourned as 10:15.